introduce.
Right?
Hey, stand me with that.
Is it all water? Windsor. And I won't even try to explain what Boston is. It's like, I don't even know. Hunter, yeah, that's me. I call him every time.
Okay, that's right. Good to meet you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're. Nice to meet you. You guys got the.
Yeah, we're working on that.
Okay.
He's having trouble with it.
I think we need to be maxed out. Yeah.
For those just joining us online, we're just giving it one more minute and then we'll get started.
Yes.
It's not. You can get that figured out. Hey, Stephanie, I'll
Add that to my pen.
Stephanie, I'll get started. We maxed out
Yeah.
everybody using the one
There's some really
password,
great
so can you grab that puncher again and
I
set up another one for us?
went and looked at the very.
He was just out in the front desk area.
Asterisk
Um,
to start with.
when you introduce,
I
just make
looked
sure
at it,
you
it's
find
quiet.
what being supported.
Because you know that organization usually writes good ones, is that how you?
Yeah, and you know what? It's an organization that has.
Well, yeah.
in their bank account.
Pat Flowers,
Just trying to work me back there, right? Well, Whitefish Legacy. So
you know, everybody
Then I
felt
went
past
and
that.
I said,
Then
look at the
already
worst
passed
ones.
the Senate. Well,
Some
now,
that are
Jesse Gunn, so
really, and I went and looked, 'cause they said that before. Go
Passed it, no. That's what everybody was saying. But now, that's why we're trying to get Pat Flowers to work
They
with
hired. a grant, like,
solutions
it
costs.
was Beautiful. So
Get
it
the
went
vote
from
against
being
them.
lousy.
No, it
Well,
hasn't.
want to get started?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
It could.
Thanks everybody for being here. Appreciate everybody driving down and everybody joining online. We are being recorded in this meeting, so just keep that in mind. And yeah, let's jump into it. So State Trails Advisory Committee, today we'll talk about TSP, Trail Stewardship Program.
Good. Yeah.
So today's agenda, we'll do introductions here in just a second, and then do a quick overview of the 2025 applications that we received. Then we'll do a public comment period, starting at about 12:15, maybe a little sooner. Then from 12:30 to 5, we'll dive into the TSP applications and hopefully make it through all of them today. And then it wasn't on the. Are we missing something? I'm getting confused looks.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. I thought that there was something going on or something.
That's
Okay.
how I look when I'm paying attention.
Confused. Gotcha. And it wasn't on the schedule I sent out or that was emailed out to everybody. But Christy Drake from Billings TrailNet offered to take us out and visit an RTP project this evening. So it's optional if you want to go. But it's the Big Ditch Trail, which is down kind of on the east side of Billings. And it's a 2-ish mile paved trail. It can be done as an out and back, or we can arrange for vehicle shuttles from one end to the other. Okay, let's go around the room and introduce ourselves. Just give your name, where you're from. If you want to talk about your affiliation or anything like that, you can talk about that, and then what your thoughts are on the 2025 grant cycle. You want to start, Bob?
Oh, sure. Bob Walker, I'm with the Montana Trails Coalition. And well, you're the first ones to find this out except my wife. Just yesterday, I found out I'm chair of the Board of American Trails. So
Congratulations.
nice happening, so.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Jason Howell, West Yellowstone. Yeah, just a lot of information to digress and go through, so looking forward to it.
I'm Tom Anderson from Kalispell. This is my first year on STAC, so I'm learning as I go along, I guess some, but yeah, there's a ton of information. I don't envy you guys with some of the decision making there, but so that's, I guess, what we're here to help with. But, I do a little snowmobiling and motorcycle, but also hunting and fishing and all that kind of thing. So anyway.
I'm Mike Patterson. I'm from Butte. Yeah, my affiliations, like snowmobile, side by sides, ATV. I like to run, and competitively run, and mountain biking, so kind of a diverse, I guess is what you'd say. Excited to work with all you guys. Thanks.
I'm Marlena Lanini. I'm from Billings, and this is my first year on the stack as well. And I like trail running a lot and hiking, backpacking, and some cross-country skiing in the winter. So I always appreciate those groomed trails too.
Yeah.
I'm Philip Lipke. When I joined the committee, I was based in Helena. I'm now based in Bozeman. And my big activity is swimming, but as it relates to trails, I do mountain biking, hiking. I have a bunch of friends and colleagues that are trying to get me into some winter sports, but haven't done a whole lot of those yet. So, yeah.
Brooke Lincoln, I'm from Hagen, which is at the bottom of Lookout Pass on the far western edge of the state. I'm a member of the Montana Night Riders Snowmobile Club, 52 years, thank you. I started when I was this big because my parents were charter members. My interests are all over the board. I'm motorized, snowmobiles, motorcycles. I like my mountain bike. I like my backpack and Bob Marshall in particular. I'm all over the board, but all over trails.
Great, and if we want to go to the stack members online, Jenny, can you go first?
Regarding your.
I have some background noise. Can you come back to me?
Yeah, absolutely. Does one of the other stack members online want to go?
I don't think we do. I think we have some advisors on and some public members on. I think Jenny might be the
Okay,
only.
it's quiet for a second, so I'll go. Hi, everybody. I'm Jenny Sullivan. I'm serving from Missoula, where I live, and Helena, where I work. So kind of I feel like I represent those three parts of the state. And I come to you from a background in bicycling and bike travel. My previous job was with Adventure Cycling Association for 16 years. And so, but I'm also an avid hiker, backpacker, cross-country skier. Almost anything non-motorized, you'll find me doing it. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Jenny. And could we have the advisors that are online introduce themselves?
I'll go. Hi guys, I'm Shelby Clark. I'm with the Montana Department of Transportation. I am the bicycle and pedestrian coordinator for the state.
And I'm
Great. Go ahead.
I'm Lelia Mellon. I'm with the National Park Service Rivers Trails and Conservation Assistance Program, shortened to RTCA. I'm based here in Bozeman, and sorry I can't be there in person. I'm also traveling a bunch today, so I might buzz in, get knocked out here and there.
Great, thanks, Leo. And with the advisors in the room, introduce themselves real quick.
Hey, everybody, my name is Brad Cullen. I'm the Trails Travel and Transportation Management Program lead. I know you might.
Yeah.
I sit in Butte, but I do work for the Montana Dakota State Office here in Billings. I've been on again, off again, technical advisor for the stack several times over the last 15 years. I am always a member of the OVAC, which is the OHV Advisory Committee. And personally, I'm interested in motorized recreation and also hiking and all that kind of stuff. So recreation is my whole life.
Whit Patterson, I'm the recreation program lead based out of the state office here in Billings for BLM. Similar anything trails, we all covered it. I did snowmobile for the first time ever last week. Amazing.
He rode to Garnet Ghostown and he did great.
Oh, really?
Really good.
It was really, it's up there with experiences. So, yeah, and I'm here to support Brad. I think in the future I may step into this role for the stack as he takes over motorized, but we're working as we go.
We figure since there's two of us and we're on different parts of the state, we can just kind of tag team this kind of stuff.
Great, thanks for coming over. And I'm Hunter Harridge. I'm the Trail Stewardship Program Manager. Pretty new to the role. This is my first staff meeting, scoring meeting. Stephanie, do you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Yeah, most of you know me, I think. I'm the recreational trails program manager. I'm going into year 3 here. And yeah, just excited for another year of funding trails. So I'll let Hunter take over today, and then you'll hear more from me tomorrow when we look at RTP projects.
Okay, great. And then the public that are online, we'll just have you introduce yourselves when we do our public comment period. Okay, so just our grant cycle timeline. The application deadline was January 31st. Just for context, my first day with the FWP was January 27th, so I jumped right into it. And then there's a quick eligibility review. We had the applications go out to both the internal scoring committee and the stack early in February. And then that gets us to this meeting here. After this meeting, we'll go into our MEPA review, and that'll be the end of this month, maybe into the beginning of April. And then our list, the proposed funding list will go out sometime in mid to late March. That's the first time the public will be notified of what we're thinking on funding or not funding projects. And hopefully we'll have the final decision notice out by mid-April and start putting contracts together so projects can get started in June. And just some information about the 2025 application cycle. We had 61 applications, $3,866,000 in change. And just for context on that, in 2024, there were 40 applications requesting $2,388,000 in change. So a significant increase in both the applications and the dollar amount. And we have $2 million to award this year. Most of our projects were for existing trail maintenance with 46 applications. And then 15 total for new trail development and new trailhead and trail side development. So mostly maintenance of existing trails. And then motorized, non-motorized breakdown. Most of these numbers are based on what was self-reported. I did go in and look at the ones that said they were elements of both, and most of those had a pretty clear primary motorized or non-motorized. There were some though that did have clear benefit to both, but mostly non-motorized again. The motorized ask, we had 11 apps and $737,000 in ask. That's just over 30%, which is good. And then non-motorized, we had 46 applications, over $2,700,000, almost $2,800,000, which is over 100% of our total available funding. And then 4 elements of both applications. And then our focal areas were the same this year as they were last year, partly just because of my coming on board and getting things going as quickly as possible last fall and this winter. So universal access and waste management. And these are off of what was self-reported. I know in some of the comments and discussions, there were some questions on how accurate some of that self-reporting is. So we can get into that with the applications, but so most claimed one or the other or both. And then regional breakdown, I think this is pretty similar to previous years. But Region 1 had 11 applications, 18% of the total number of applications. Region 2 had the most with 17, which is 28%. Then Region 3, 15 applications, 24%. And Region 4, 8, 13%. And then Region 5 only had 4 with 6.5%. And then Region 6 and 7 each only had 1 or 1.5% of the total applications. So very strong representation on the western third of the state and less so on the eastern 2/3. Okay, and now if there's any public that would like to introduce themselves and make a comment, if you have an application that you'd like to put a word in for, this is an appropriate time to do that, or if you just want to comment on our process, now's a good time to do that as well.
I certainly would be willing to start. My name is Leo Heath. I live in Butte. I represent the East Ridge Foundation, which is part of the Rotary Club. And I would like to thank all of you, the Department of Fish, Wildlife and Parks and this committee and the state as well for making this grant money available for assisting trails throughout Montana. Trail recreation, as we all know, is very important in Montana. And there are not that many ways to access funds for the maintenance and the construction and upkeep that it is needed for the trails that we have around Montana. So thank you for providing this source of money. It's very welcome and very appreciated. And I would this be a time to comment on the application that I've made, or is that later?
No, absolutely. Now's the best time.
Okay, well, I have, on behalf of East Ridge Foundation, made an application to enhance and maintain a trail system here on the outskirts of Butte that we call the Maud S. Canyon Trail System. I'm sure, Mike Patterson, you're aware of that, and others probably as well. It's a very popular trail system for several reasons, because it's so convenient to Butte. The access is convenient. It's right off of the Interstate 90 exit ramp. It's also has a variability of trails from very easy to steep and more difficult. It's several loops that travel over 5+ miles. And as most trails, it requires maintenance, it requires weed control, it requires infrastructure upgrading from time to time. And that's what the application is all about that I made. It has to do with enhancements and maintenance. And the amount is for the total budget is $18,000 and some dollars. And we're asking for trail stewardship grant amount of just a little over $15,000. So I would thank you for your consideration, and I'd be open for any questions now or later.
Hunter, can I make a comment?
You bet.
I don't know, Leo, but I'd like to compliment you on the way you spent the money last year that this committee gave you. I run up there on a regular basis, and you did a really nice job with the trails and the signage that you put on it. So congratulations on that.
Thank you. It was a good project. I'm proud of it, and yeah, I think people really enjoy it.
Great, thank you, Leo.
I'll be willing to go next if we're good with that.
Go for it.
Yeah, my name is Marty Bannon. I'm here in Great Falls. I'm an outdoor enthusiast as far as long distance hiking, through hiking like the Continental Divide Trail and the Pacific Crest Trail. And I'm currently working on the Montana Trail, an ultra long trail, 1,700 miles across Montana. But specifically today, I'm here to talk about a project. I think they're asking for $5,000 to build a shelter in Highwood, Montana. That's along the Montana Trail, but also along, I believe, the Lewis and Clark bike trail that goes across Montana. And the reason they're building that campsite is really Highwood has no place to host either bikers or hikers. And they've done a lot already on their own in conjunction with the commercial club there in Highwood. And they've got some grants from the Strand Foundation, also working with Northwest Energy for some grants. So they're going outside of this, but this is probably the biggest project they're looking at building there, just the shelters so that hikers and bikers that are camped there, if they have inclement weather during the season, they can get out of the weather. And again, I'll entertain questions at this point on it. I'm not the person that submitted it. He's an air traffic controller and he's working today, and I'm glad he's working today. So if you have any questions, I'll undertake them, or my good friend down there, Jenny, might be able to answer a few of them since she's a Highwood native and there's not a lot of those. So I'll open it up for questions.
Would this be a time for me to ask questions?
Absolutely, yeah, anybody.
So on that project, I didn't see any, was there any restroom facilities that were available for that? I saw for the shelter, but I didn't see any reference made for any restroom facilities at all. Is there something there I was missing?
There's none in this project. The location of it right now is it's right next to the commercial club. And also, if you've been to Highwood, there's only a few things there. It's right next to the senior center and also the only bar / restaurant. So that's the reason we decided to build it there, is because you have all the infrastructure, including the post offices, all very close. There is restroom facilities that are open 24 hours at the school fields, which is just down the road a little bit. We've talked about restroom facilities, but the campsite would only function basically 4 months. So what we're looking at doing is contracting out to put a porta potty in there for the biking season. There's no reason to have one there during the winter months when we don't envision there'd be anybody there. I hope that addresses that, but we have had discussions that in the future, that's something we'd like to address.
Thank you.
And this is the Montana Trail 406 Association application.
Correct.
Any other questions, Martin? Okay, thank you, Martin. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And I'd just like to say thanks to all these people that work very hard, and definitely trails are becoming a bigger part of Montana's outdoor experience. And I'm glad you guys are out there doing yeoman's work. So thank you for having us.
Appreciate it. Anyone else online with any comments?
Yeah, I would love to comment. My name is Amanda Minatra, and I have the privilege of running Gateway to Glacier Trails. And just wanted to say thank you guys so much for the opportunity to apply for trails funding. We've received funding in the past, and it's been so incredible to be able to build our trail system. So thank you so much for the opportunity and for all the work that you guys are doing. This year, we applied for continued trail construction for our Cedar Flats trail system. So we're hoping to start construction of phase 3. So just for a little context, this system so far is 13 miles of multi-use non-motorized trail. And it's been so exciting just to see the recreational benefits to our community, because the Cedar Flats trail system has provided something that we didn't have here in Columbia Falls before. And that was a safe, maintained trail system right in our backyard. So before, we were all packing up our cars, driving to other towns for recreational opportunity. And now, thanks to funding like TSP and RTP, we have an incredible trail system that we can drive to quickly, ride our bikes to the trailhead. So thank you so much for that. And so we're just hoping to continue that with phase 3. And we've seen just so many people using this trail system recently. We installed some trail counters in winter. So in the peak winter months, we've seen about 50 people per day use the trail system. So we're really excited to see that increase as things start to thaw out here. And we have the privilege of partnering with the Forest Service, the city, and other nonprofit partners. So I'm just excited for the consideration and the opportunity for additional funding. And if you guys had any questions, I would love to answer those.
Any questions for Amanda? Great, well, thank you, Amanda. I appreciate you coming on.
I can go if we are moving on to the next person. My name is Ron Brandt. I'm the executive director of Flathead Area Mountain Bikers up here in the Flathead. We put in for Taylor Howell Roaring Trail Project. It's a project we've been working with the Forest Service with for quite a while now. We are part of the Region 1 forest planning party that kind of led getting these trails brought into introduction, and finally, after a big kind of long waiting process of getting all the logging done, we are ready to start construction on the upper portions of this system. There's lower down trails that are a little closer to the community, and they kind of stacked loops on the way up. I will say, the waste issues and stuff like that aren't directly addressed in the 2 trails that we are working on in this project. But as the system comes down the mountain and gets closer to trailheads, there's Holbrook trailhead is one of the trails on trailheads with this, and that has toilets and trash and pickups and whatnot like that. So it was a hard one for us to answer. It was like, yes, in the whole package, those things are addressed. On the more backcountry reaches, even though this is more side country, front country, I'd say. But on the farther out reaches, the how to address that is pack in, pack out signage and whatnot. Been a fun project to work with everybody on, build, hopefully get going on trails that aren't just for mountain bikers. One of these trails, well, many of them in the project, but one in the proposal is for horses, hikers, and bikers. And just working with these other user groups and trail design to keep everybody safe and happy has been super fun so far, and we look forward to keep going with that. FAM has received RTP funding in the past, but hasn't received TSP funding. So a lot of what I kind of sitting in on this is just to see the process and how you all look at it. And the stack group here is a pretty cool, fun group of diverse people, and that's a cool thing to see. So thank you all for having us and for making this possible. I can answer any questions if there is any on this project, of course, as well.
Questions for Ron or Flathead Area Mountain Bikers? Okay, great. Thank you, Ron. Appreciate your comment. Anybody else online? All right, I think we got one person in the room that would like to go. Christy, right?
Come forward so you have something to look at.
Hi,
Paul.
Christy.
Good to see you.
Christy, I thought you
Hi,
were
my
still
friend.
over here. So.
Oh, yeah. Kind of sometimes I wish I still was. I'm Christy Drake. I'm with Billings TrailNet, and I'm here to actually make a case for Billings, the two projects. And Billings TrailNet did submitted a grant for the Black Otter Trail. Also, the city of Billings submitted a grant for the Riverfront Park Trails. I'm just wondering, is of all here, has anybody never been to Billings until today?
Well, I live here.
Yeah.
You've all been to Billings. I was just wondering because I know that there's kind of, Billings has a little stigma that it's, it's just sort of, it's not got great recreation, but we do. And as you can see, we don't, trails here are front country recreation. We have, the closest backcountry, like wooded areas are way out in Red Lodge. And so the multi-use trails that we have here, the paved trails, are essential for the residents, for visitors. And our city doesn't have, we may look like a nice big city that might be prosperous, but we don't have funds for trail maintenance, for sure. No funds for trail maintenance. Well, very little, not adequate, and construction. And so if you were to visit the Black Otter Trail, and so these two trail projects are the Rims and the river, which are the most beautiful natural areas in the city of Billings and where people want to flock to recreate. The trail along the Rims, the Black Otter Trail, I have ridden it thousands of times, and I'm going ka-thunk over the many, big long stretches of just cracks in the trail. I think we counted 500 of those. So I talked with the Parks Department, and they said yes, they would seal coat or crack seal, and then seal coat the whole thing so that this doesn't, this is responsible maintenance that is going to last for years. And then also the Riverfront Park Trail is now gravel. It was the first place I came when I came here in 2008, and I was seeking places to run and walk the dogs. And they were paved trails at the time, and now they're just gravel. So I just urge you, please, to strongly consider these two grant applications. We could really use the help, and they are highly used by our community. Thank you. And I've got it. Any questions?
So why paved trails? We see a lot of applications for gravel trails that don't have the high maintenance costs. Should they be redone with gravel maybe and still be able to have the access, they can still be ADA and all of that? Well,
They can't be plowed in the wintertime. And that's one thing that has been huge for our ADA community. So much. And I do get it. I've been on Stack, and I know that there's, why do we need to do these?
Well, they can be
paved
snow
trails?
blown. A snow blower will blow them, but it's hard to plow, yeah. So.
It's really hard to plow. So it's just, the investment in paved trails here is why, it's just essential. We just don't have the, the other trails out in like Red Lodge. You have to, travel an hour and a half, but having a place where kids can ride their bikes, and I know that this is recreation only, but ride their bikes to school, or just ride their bikes to,
Want to say anything about ADA access? That one.
Baseball park, or
Yeah, well, I understand that.
lots and lots of senior citizens. Our trails really connect with a lot of senior citizen homes, and I frequently see walkers on these trails. So we also have I think that one of our letters of support was from Eagle Mount, and that's an adaptive.
I'm familiar with them.
Yeah, And so, you know, they put their adaptive bicycles on the trails, their adaptive equipment on the trails. So, yeah.
Christie?
these two- Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Jed Barton. Good morning to the committee. I am the Public Relations and Government Affairs Specialist at Living Independently for Today and Tomorrow, which is a nonprofit advocacy and resource center for people with disabilities of all types of disabilities in all ages across an 18-county region of eastern Montana, including Billings and Yellowstone County. And I joined the meeting today specifically to speak in support of the Black Otter Trail project and the repair of the pavement, and to speak to what the gentleman said about gravel and the ADA. Yes, technically you can make a gravel trail ADA accessible, but the reality of the matter is that repaired and maintained pavement is the best, offers the widest opportunity for people with limited mobility who use devices such as wheelchairs, scooters, walkers, other adaptive equipment to access the trails. And Black Otter Trail is one of those unique features we have in Billings that, you're in the city, but all of a sudden you're out amongst the river plains and the foothills of the mountains when you're up there, even though you're just minutes from our urban amenities. And that's why people want to live in Billings, Montana. The combination of the two, and that includes people with disabilities. And so I would encourage the committee to seriously consider the Black Otter Trail, and I believe it was Riverfront Park trails as investments in accessible, all-inclusive recreation.
I think Jenny has a question online. Jenny?
No, I don't. Sorry. I was just gonna comment about the same things that Jed just commented on. So thank you, Jed.
Can I jump in here? The type of trail surface has been a debatable item forever. Because yes, concrete and asphalt cost more money. You just about double the cost as you go up. But the difference is with crusher fines, with hardening compound, or with decomposed granite or crushed limestone, you've got to maintain those trails about every 3 years. You got to go in and put a new surface on. It costs money. Whereas asphalt, you're typically looking 10 to 12 years. Concrete, 20 years. So yeah, the immediate cost is scary, but if you combine in the cost of maintenance over time, they're not that big of a difference. And then when you're talking urban areas, high use, that's another thing you got to consider with the surface type.
Well, I looked at the user numbers too.
Yeah, but that's, like I say, the type of surface on a trail like that has been a debatable item forever, but that's usually what it boils down to. To make it ADA compatible, if you're using crusher fines, you about have to use a hardening compound or a decomposed granite. Gravel, generally no.
Okay,
Thank you,
nice
Christie.
to see you all.
Thanks.
Could you really quickly talk about the previous year's RTP project that you're offering to take us out?
Okay, yeah. So I didn't want that to be a conflict of interest, so I'll just put the other hat on and say, hi, everybody. Thank you so much for granting the Big Ditch Trail extension. And that is one that was awarded last year. It was a recreational trails program grant, and it connects a really long, a nice area between where those senior citizen centers are and Polly Vista Park, which is also an ADA playground. It's a ball field called Landon's Legacy. And it takes you down the Big Ditch Trail, which is one of the most used trails in the city, all the way to, kind of the west where there's subdivisions that way. And so we just had a 0.2 mile extension because there was a new development. The cul-de-sac was going the opposite direction of the trail system, so that we have this cash in lieu or land in lieu of connectivity. So the parkland was dedicated by the developer, but then people would have to walk through the mud, or it was ridiculously inaccessible. So this committee granted a small section of trail to be built, and we're hoping to continue that down the ditch. So it's a lovely area. Hope you'll come tonight. I'll meet you at 5:30 down at Landon's Legacy Ball Field, AKA the Polly Vista Park. We'll walk along the trail after 6 hours of meeting. You might be a little antsy to get out on a trail. So this one just kind of is an urban trail. It goes through the city. And then we'll end at Rimrock West Park. I would like to ask a little poll. I've got a couple of my board members who are stationed, who will be dropping off their car at Rimrock West Park where we end, and they can either shuttle you back or we can walk back. It's only, I learned 1 mile. So you might want a 2 mile walk, but if we're all done, we can either go to Diamond X Brewing, or we can take you back to your car and then I'll head over. So who thinks that they'd want to just kind of end there and then shuttle back? Would you like the 2 mile walk? Anybody planning on coming? Raise of hands on who's coming.
I would go, but I think after 6 hours of meetings and starting early, maybe we'll be ready for some supper. Maybe going one way might be enough.
Yeah,
for me.
okay. Yeah.
And be ready for some dinner.
Yeah, and Diamond X is it's a really nice brewery and it's got wonderful food. So if you'd like, we'll,
That potentially could work, yeah.
libations are, well, we'll have the option anyway. So if you'd like to have a ride back, we'll have that.
Okay.
We're doing a break at about 2:30. If I get you a head count done, does that work?
Yeah, that would be
Okay.
great. Can you text me?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that, yes,
Yeah.
I'll find your number.
690-8876, super easy. Yeah, okay. Thank you, everybody, for listening to me, and it's so great to see my buddy here. Okay.
Can you write that down? for me?
Yeah.
And I'd reached out to, when I was putting this meeting together, thought it would be good for us to do a field trip up to a previous year's project.
Oh, yeah.
And being that we were here in Billings, where we've had several in the past, reached out to Christy and she graciously volunteered her time to come show us one, so.
And if you'd like to do another one tomorrow, we can do that too. I didn't know if you'd be wanting to scram out of here on the, after you're finished, but anyway, I'd be happy to take you on another one, maybe a dirt trail this time. Next time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Christy.
Yeah.
Okay, and thank you, Jet, too, for your comment there. I appreciate that. Anybody else online that would like to make a comment?
Am I coming through? This is Chris Lawrence in Sealy Lake.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. I'd like to let you know I'm with the Sealy Lake Nordic Club, and thank you so much for your past funding. We've managed to get our maintenance building to house our snowcat and grooming equipment put up, and we're back to doing trails. Getting out there, we're trying to make the trails a little wider, a little safer. As a piston bully operator, I'm learning just how challenging it is when you only have 6 inches of clearance each side of your blade or tiller. But our use is going up, our grooming is being noticed, and our summertime use is climbing. So I hope you'll consider funding us. We do have outhouses at the trailhead, and then during peak season, we have portables actually out on the ski trails. And that is a interesting logistics to keep that functional. But thank you again. Any questions about our TSP grant?
Any questions for Chris?
Hey, Chris, this is Bob.
Hey, Bob, how are you?
Good. You?
Thank you for your legislative reports. It's been a tumultuous year.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Great, thank you, Chris.
Excellent. Thank you all.
For the parks people here, Chris used to work for Montana State Parks.
Oh,
See the lake area. He retired about 10 years ago, I think.
neat. Anybody else online with any comments? Okay. Well, we're doing very well on time, I think.
He runs their groomer.
Just real quick, are there any thoughts or comments overall on the 2025 applications? And I guess I'd just pop back to the regional slide and this breakdown of project types, motorized, non-motorized. Any overall thoughts, comments on any of that from the staff?
Sort of related, sorry. My question is, in years gone by, let's say that X dollars is awarded to a project, right? And it's a 2-year term that we have. We as the committee maybe approve it. So we approve the money. Is there a time limit that on that organization not spending the money and not finishing the project, that money comes back in to become available to it? We don't hear that as the committee.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Something that I'm kind of actively learning about and learning how that works. So right now, the first year we awarded funding was 2021. And the contracts are generally 4-year contracts. So in that first year, they had until, I believe it was last October, to use that money. There were a handful that were granted extensions, so we've been willing to work with folks, redo those contracts as long as they're making progress and delays come up for various reasons. We've tried to make it so if they're able to spend the money, they can, even if they do go a little bit past that time frame. And from that 2021 cycle, there might be one left hanging out there that still hasn't funds left.
Okay.
Now closed out grants, we do have some closed out grants that didn't spend 100% of their funding. And as of right now, that can get swept into the pot for a next grant cycle. That hasn't happened with all of them or hasn't been kept up with super well. So that's a project I have for this summer, maybe when it gets hot out, to go through and work with accounting. Essentially what our accounting department does is they create, we call it a cost code for the organization, where that money gets parked. And when the grantees make a claim for reimbursement, it comes out of that. But if the grant's done, there needs to be a link between the grant being closed out and that accounting code being closed out, which, yeah, just hasn't happened in a lot of cases. A little bit of house cleaning to do there.
Okay.
Since that's a capital account though, the money doesn't revert. I mean, you don't lose it.
No,
It stays in the account.
we do not
Okay,
lose it.
right.
Yeah, that's correct. And I'm still learning a little bit about that stuff, but
That's always an HB5, which is capitals for state government. If it was maintenance, then you'd have to go through a legal process to accrue the funds, so you didn't lose them. But typically with capital projects, the money stays in the account. You don't lose it.
yes.
Typically.
Yes.
Okay.
And this year, so for the biennium, we were granted 4 million total, so 2 million for last year's grant cycle, 2 million for this year's. Last year's grant cycle awarded just under that 2 million, so we have just slightly over 2 million for this year's.
So where does the money that's not used go after these grants are closed out? Does it move into the next funding cycle, or is there an alternative project somewhere on the
So-
list that they get a hallelujah and a windfall come down upon them, or?
The only thing that funding will go towards is towards TSP grantees out of that pool of money, so it goes nowhere else. Yeah, does that answer your question? So if we weren't to use the entire amount we have available this cycle, it would revert to the next
So
cycle.
it goes into the next cycles,
Yeah.
increases the next cycle's bottom line.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's why we have a little bit over 2 million this year, is because we used a little bit under the 2 million last year. But we'll get it very close. I think won't have any trouble getting it very close to full expenditure.
Hunter, I have a question for you.
You bet.
I'd contacted you about that one project that appeared to be road maintenance. Did you look into that?
We can go there now, or we can go there when we.
Well,
talk
I
about-
think it's just philosophical question about do we maintain roads or do we just maintain trails?
And I think that's a really good question. And I guess I'd be curious to what everybody has to say on that, but what Bob's talking about is one application was wanting to maintain roads that are open to all vehicles on Forest Service. So the Forest Service designation is all motor vehicles. And it certainly appeared with one of them that the primary purpose of that road was for access to trailheads and campgrounds and stuff like that. Not necessarily a recreational experience in and of itself, like a OHV trail or snowmobile trail would be. It's interesting though, because we've done quite a bit of maintenance on roads that would in the summertime be considered access roads for wintertime snowmobile use. So we have been maintaining roads with TSP funding in order to keep them full width and level and stuff for wintertime snowmobile use. So a bit of it would come down to the application, but I'd be, curious to hear your thoughts on that, Bob, or anybody else.
I could speak to that road. So 2 of the ATV trails that are designated in the area come to this road and then go down to the trailhead. Right now, they're not passable by cars because of the overgrowth of the brush and such. You can barely get by with an OHV on it because of this overgrowth, and the Forest Service doesn't maintain it. So it is a trail in a sense, but yes, it is designated as a road for the Forest Service as well. But there's been no maintenance on it, the brushing or any of that stuff. The water boards that were there are gone. The road gets washed out with spring runoff and all that. And so they're looking to make that better so that it's more passable for OHV and the connecting trails. But it is still classified as a road in the Forest Service, so.
The Forest Service owns it.
Yep. But they don't maintain it for motor vehicles in a sense, but yeah.
I guess I'd jump in and say in my former career, I worked for the Bureau of Land Management prior to working for the FWP. And there is a difference between a road and an OHV trail in the, well, I guess on our end, our OHV program will fund a 50-inch trail, but wouldn't fund maintenance on a full Forest Service access road. And on the federal end in travel management planning, I know for the BLM anyway, if they designate something, a road for all motorized vehicles, they should have like a maintenance fund. They claim that as an asset, that road's an asset, and should have a maintenance fund that will in theory take care of the maintenance on that. I don't know that they actually get all that funding enough to maintain those roads up to standard. But that's the idea, whereas a lot of the trails, that funding would come from OHV registration stickers, things like that.
Excuse me, this is Jenny Sullivan. There is specific funding for this kind of work called the Federal Lands Access Program, and they provide grants. So, you know, for roads that need to be opened up so that recreationalists can access recreational trails, whether they're motorized or non-motorized, there's already an existing grant program through the Federal Highway Program called the FLAG. Federal Lands Access Program.
Stephanie, can I put you on the spot? RTP.
Yeah,
Can you use RTP money for road maintenance?
no,
You
I
can't use
mean,
it for
pretty
sidewalks either, can you?
no, sidewalks not either. So pretty much, I mean, our look at like a road, if you're using like passenger vehicle, you can drive it on the highway. You can't, we're not gonna maintain that. I think the snowmobile, like in the winter, it's a snowmobile trail, but you're not
Yeah.
maintaining it for passenger vehicle travel. You're maintaining it for snowmobiles. So I think that's the difference over here. But we kind of have a hard stop on like, because we've received applications for improving roads to get to a trailhead and we can't do that.
I asked Stephanie that question because when we passed Senate Bill 24, which created the Trail Stewardship Program, throughout, we said it would be similar to the Recreational Trails Program. You know, sorry, Jason, but we got to be very cautious. You start using trail money to maintain roads. I'd recommend we don't do it. I'm being cautious because Jason's an old friend of mine, but that aside, I think we'd be putting ourselves in a very tenuous spot. We started funding road maintenance. This is a trails money. If it's designated on a travel plan as a road, it's a road. If it's designated on a travel plan as a trail, it's a trail on federal lands. And I think if we stick with that philosophy with grant money, we'll be better off in the long run.
And yeah, I appreciate you bringing that one to my attention, Bob, because I really hadn't necessarily seen that, but once you called it to my attention, it's, oh, yeah, that's completely right.
Yeah, I had the same question. That's the same question. And I think some of the narrative that was in there even mentioned like people in the area using it as a road, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if.
It's designated as a road on the Forest Service travel
Yeah,
plan.
Just not maintained.
Yeah, it's just not maintained. And the ATV connector trails come to that road to get back to the trailhead, so. Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, trail stewardship grant stuff doesn't say anything about roads in it. Is that right?
Not specifically, no.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, good discussion, and I think we can definitely get into the specifics on that West Yellowstone Trail Association application when we get to it.
So I got one question between RTP and TSP grants. Last year, you weren't allowed to submit for both under the same project. Now this year you are, correct? Is that the way it is?
There's a caveat. So you can apply to both programs and last year you could too. We just needed to be able to see a distinct difference between the two applications to ensure there wasn't going to be an overlap in funding. So yes, for example, if you wanted to apply for grooming to both grants, you could do that. The folks that we've seen do it really well, they'll be like, we're going to groom this area with this funding and that other area with that other funding. That's totally eligible. It's when it's like, we're doing the same stuff at the same time with two different funding sources. It just gets really hard to, on the.
And I've seen several of those in here though, right?
There's about 22. or
That are
so.
overlapping.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And all different projects, some of them were
Mm-hmm.
very, very different. Some of them, like Stephanie was saying, is grooming these trails with TSP and these trails with RTP.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so, how do we mesh the two of them together and come out with proper funding and not shorten some other project that maybe could use it, where these two grants coincide? Is kind of my question, like.
And that is a good question. I guess I don't have a perfect polished answer, but what I'd say is they are two different programs. So if there's two projects that have very good merit, I don't think there's anything wrong with awarding funding to the same organization for two different projects. And likewise on the other end, if there's two different projects, that maybe neither one's the best project, neither program necessarily needs to fund it. It was something we looked at when we did our internal review anyway, and Stephanie and I compared notes kind of going through the whole way. So I guess that's really something I kind of look to, for individual applications, look to you all to provide input on.
Yeah, I think you'll have that discussion as you're going through these applications, when you see
Yeah.
one pop up and like, hey, they also applied to RTP and they're doing this, and how do those intersect? Like, that is a conversation you might have on a application basis.
This is
And I
Jeannie. Sorry. Another thing that I noticed was that there was one person that applied for 4 grants, I believe, 3 or 4. Maybe it's only 3. So he represents 3 different organizations, 3 different projects. And that's fine, but what I'm concerned about is that who is, making sure that whoever's applying isn't the one that's being relied upon to complete all the grants and the grant filing and all of that stuff, because that's a lot for one person to take on for 3 different projects in 3 different areas of the state. So I guess as we go through those, the Friends of the Little Bells, Great Falls Trail Bike Riders Association and the Montana Trail Vehicle Riders Association, just kind of keeping an eye on how the implementation plans work on those, so that we all feel confident that they're achievable by the people that are supposed to do the work. So that was something that came to my attention during the review.
Yeah, thanks for calling that out, Jenny. I think several of us noticed that, and something to be discussed. Unless anybody else feels different, I'd say the best time to do that would be when we get to them in the ranking list.
Hunter, I had a question about the geography slide that you had
You bet.
with the number of applications and just how few there were in like the eastern 2/3 of the state. Is there, like, there's not obviously any kind of scoring preference for geography. Is there, like, as a STAC committee, is there anything that we're doing to try to get either application numbers up or get, money kind of more evenly dispersed throughout the state? And I just didn't know, being new to the STAC, what kind of discussions have taken place in the past there?
This is.
It's a big one.
So yes, there was this.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's
Okay.
the question I had too, so.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know your predecessor really went out of his way last year to go out on the road to eastern Montana, visit some communities around the state.
Okay.
Encouraging them to apply. I managed the RTP program a long time ago, 20 years ago. We did the same thing. We had meetings in Miles City and Glasgow and Circle, trying to spark things.
Okay.
And I'm just not sure how to go about it.
A lot of the conversations we've had in the past is about, well, this is a big topic.
Okay.
But it always circles back to like, how can we support like planning efforts and partnerships out east? It's kind of where it's come to, because you could say, hey, we have the money, but they still have to do like the planning
Sure.
up front and like have those partnerships in place and this whole other piece to be even eligible for one of these programs. So I think in some ways, it is a little bit about like, how can we support partnership building? Or if TSP can become eligible for like planning grants, then is that something out east they'd be interested in doing? I don't know the full answer, but that has been part of the conversation.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I think definitely continuing to try and talk to our, contacts out east to try and push the program. I had an interview with a newspaper, 2 newspapers. One was in Glasgow and one was in Miles City. So we had like interviews with them and they posted that and
Nice.
stuff like that. So doing little things like that and whatnot, or if Hunter's able to get out.
And as a staff committee members, we're allowed to do that as well. So like if I,
Yeah.
all right,
Yeah.
sounds
If
good.
you have groups or connections to kind of get them excited about something like this, I would say definitely blow the horn.
What Stephanie's talking about planning, Senate Bill 310 has already passed the Senate. It's over the House now. Includes the ability to fund planning, feasibility studies, impact, fiscal impact, and those kind of studies as well. So I know some people scratch their head about that a little bit, but it is especially important to smaller communities.
Yeah.
Because they have to do that work somehow up front.
Sure.
And so matter of fact, the Montana Snowmobile Association kind of put that bill together, and it has the support from a lot of other groups. I think it's going to sail through.
And
Looks like it.
safety and education too is
Yeah.
another component that was missing, because, I mean, there's a lot of things out there that need the safety and education part of things to keep things moving in the right direction, so.
Like avalanche centers. Last year, we had, I can't remember if we had money left over or what the deal was, but they reminded, your predecessor reminded me clearly that we couldn't fund avalanche because education is specifically in the law, if you can believe that. Also, the bill includes equipment purchase. Can't do equipment purchase right now. So, yeah, I think it's gonna be a good
Yeah.
bill.
And I guess I'd just add one more thing on that. We'll have a meeting probably late August or early September sometime timeframe. As we go into the 2026 application cycle. And those focus areas will change from universal access and waste management to something else. And I am mostly going to be looking to you all to come up with what that something else is. But I guess I'd just maybe as a homework assignment kind of think about if we're wanting to get more projects to potentially eastern Montana or just rural communities in general, maybe communities that haven't been represented by the TSP program in the past. What focal areas can we use, or what would a focal area be maybe that would help support those communities?
Okay.
That's a good question though, and just a good line of conversation, I think. Something that I noticed right off the bat when I started working with the program is how few projects there were in eastern Montana. I'm gonna jump into some other slides here. So, and this is jumping into the review, and I'll just first talk about this review sheet here. So I think the thing that jumped out for a lot of you is the proposed funding line on the bottom. So I'll talk about where that came from real quick. So I'd ask all of you to do application scoring, and I think I stressed comments on that scoring sheet, maybe more than had been in the past. But thank you all of you that did put comments on there. I read through every one of them, and definitely helped me prepare this and just kind of see lines of thinking on each application. And there is a lot of agreement with comments. Some comments were kind of across the board for particular projects. But this proposed funding line, things that went into figuring that out were the 30-40-30 split, which is 30% motorized, 30% non-motorized, and 40 that are both either or, which my understanding of that is that's kind of the handshake agreement on divvying funds between motorized and non-motorized user groups. So we're right at that 30% with motorized applications. So most motorized applications got funding. And we had to take a harder look at some of the non-motorized applications because they were over 100% of our funding, almost 100%, 150% of funding available with the applications we got from non-motorized and elements of both. And then also going into that green line, the proposed funding line, scoring comments for the primary creator of that. What I did was I took the top 20 applications, which the stack rank is where it's scored out. That's not the stack numerical score. That's highest scoring to lowest scoring, so 1 to 61. But took the top 20 and pretty much across the board funded those, and then took a harder look at the middle 20 and initially wasn't funding the bottom 20, but then went through comments and noticed there were a lot of comments on, and that's with the motorized, non-motorized taken into account. But looked at comments and there were a lot of comments on applications that maybe scored high that were more negative comments, or positive comments on applications that scored low. And I do think there's some elements of all these applications that are scoring doesn't necessarily capture super well. That certainly seemed to be the way it came across in the comments.
What do you mean by that? Or you lost me there for a minute? You said, what was that?
I guess the easiest example I have is, you know, an application might be put together by a volunteer or something. So they might not have the most polished application, the best polish, but the project might be really good. And I think
I understand what
in your comments, some of you, I think, definitely saw that and noted it. And then I had my internal review panel, which this year was only 3 individuals, myself, Rachel Reckon, who's our FWP or the Parks Program archaeologist, cultural resource specialist, who used to be over the entire state, now is primarily focused on the western half of the state, but a real good knowledge and firsthand knowledge of a lot of these projects. And then Mark Falonzuk was the other one. He's a recreation specialist out of FWP recreation specialist out of Bozeman. And also he's been around for a long time and has a pretty good knowledge of a lot of these projects. But we went through starting looking at your comments and scores. The internal review panel scores were mostly matching what you guys had. A few differences, but nothing major. And then we also did look at geographic distribution and the project expense. So we had a very similar discussion to what we discussed earlier about pavement. There's a lot of pavement projects that are $100,000. Kind of jumping back and forth between these two slides, but I just call out that we had 3,866,000 change.
Okay.
Total applications, only 2 million in funding, which leaves 1,866,000 or 48% of requested funding that we will not be able to fund. But it surprised me that that's a big number. I think a big number compared to any previous year for TSP program anyway as well. And I'd say that almost all of these seem like really good projects, really good applications. So it is kind of hard to come up with that 48% of grant requests that won't be funded.
Did you consider the partial funding? Because almost all of them, did you work that into your?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And that top 20, unless there is something that really seemed like it should come out, we tried to fully fund and then strongly considered the partial funding for the rest.
One of the questions I'd have is there's some of them there that said, you know, will you accept partial funding? And they say no. Do you think any of them knew that there was going to end up having to be partial funding? I mean, kind of hard for me to believe some of them were willing to say, no, I won't take anything.
I think when people put no, just from what I've seen, it's because if they don't get that full funding amount, they just won't be able, it won't be worth. They don't have the other funds. It's really expensive. There's mobilization costs. It's really hard sometimes to do a partially funded project. So that's how I see it. If it's like we accept full funding or no funding, it's because they can't find, they don't know where that other funding would come from, or it wouldn't be worth at that time to do the project without full funding.
Yes, from a BLM perspective, that's how we look at it a lot of times.
Yeah.
It's just not worth it sometimes for us to do like half of a trail.
Yeah.
The cost of mow and all that is so significant that it really limits our ability to do it. Does that make sense, Mike?
Yeah, it does.
And I wondered when we were looking at that, if that when they talking about, does it also make it so if they got a TSP grant that was a partial or something, it might mess up if they were trying to go after another one next year or something like that? Or would they be better to not take a small grant if they, and maybe apply again next year and try and get full or something with that? I don't know if that plays into their thought process or not. I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah, it could be very just based project to project.
Yeah, okay.
That is a good point. Somebody applied for a project that they wouldn't be able to apply for the exact same project next year without really splitting out what the difference between project A and project B was.
But if they don't get a grant, if they apply and do not get anything, they can apply, basically almost use the same application again next year if they feel they got a better chance of getting that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Just trying to see how
there's some that probably won't get funded that will encourage them to do that because they're potentially really good projects.
And there might be, who knows, there might be more funding available next year or something, or who knows if it's gonna be more or less.
Yeah.
But anyway. Okay, I wasn't sure how it worked.
Yeah. And right now, with the funding levels that are on this sheet, we'd have 30 projects fully funded, 13 projects partially funded, and 18 projects with no funding. And mostly based on the comments, but also the scoring, it definitely seemed like the stack was inclined to provide funding towards more smaller projects. Just looking at that funding breakdown, there were more high dollar projects unfunded and more small dollar projects funded. And I think part of that's just because of how specific some of the small dollar projects were. And some of the more broad projects, I think, were maybe not quite as clear cut. But any other questions or thoughts on that before we jump in? Yeah.
When your internal committee met, was there any consideration, some of these projects have applied for both the TSP and the RTP? Was that a consideration that they applied for both?
It was, and we didn't have, Stephanie and I actually met after that meeting to talk funding levels for either one. We talked about, oh, they applied for both programs, but we didn't know when the TSP committee met, and I think this is the same for RTP, we didn't know what RTP's funding recommendation was, and that may change too. And I guess I just encourage all of you, what's on here can change today. And maybe in some cases should change today. There is some back and forth discussion that we had on whether the dollar and cents amount should be included on there. It sounds like there's been some differing opinion on that in the past, but I feel like it's a starting point. And at the end of the day, the bottom line needs to come out around that 2 million mark, but we can make changes if you think we should make changes. Okay, and with that, we're a little bit ahead of schedule still. So to be.
Hunter, could I make just one comment?
Yeah.
Like Brad says, some of that, you just can't do it, so you don't want to accept it. I happen to be involved with one that I wrote a few years ago that was accepted. And I kind of like this partial funding. People are very creative in this world, and they say, we will accept partial, and they go out and they find their buddies. It's got a little excavator, and this guy's got that wasn't available before. All of a sudden now we're able to actually do the whole thing, but we got partial funding. I like partial funding, so it's just.
Yeah, and I definitely am inclined to agree with you on that. If we can give them some money and get a project going, it's
because you've heard it a million times. Hey, let's put in for a ton of money, and if we don't get it, maybe they'll give us half of it, and then we'll be good to go.
So when you were given these their consideration, if they said, will you accept partial funding, and they just put no, which there were a few of those. Was that an automatic no? Or did you consider that we might throw them a bone?
That's a good question.
As far as coming to these numbers,
So
obviously that's for us.
This
is up for discussion.
If we didn't have full funding for it, it wasn't, we weren't necessarily paying attention to how they answered that question, and we considered partial funding.
Okay.
I don't think that wasn't a direct factor in not funding any of them, if that makes sense.
I don't want to jump the gun if this is something you're going to cover, but for the new members of the committee, can you kind of explain like what we're expected to do with this as we go through? Like, it looks like we're going to be turning this in with our comments. I mean, what should, and it sounds like some of this is open for change.
Yes, this is my first meeting like this too.
Okay.
So we'll go through the first few and get a groove going and see how it works out. I'd say if there are important comments or just key items that you have that stand out, or as a group, I'm gonna try and take notes as we go through these if we're making changes and what those changes will look like. But if they're important comments, maybe write those down, at least for the first handful, and we'll see if I can keep up with notes. If not, I would collect those at the end and go through and make sure I'm on the same page when it comes down to making our final funding breakdown. Okay. Proposed funding breakdown. But yeah, the two handouts, one is scores in order of highest to lowest. And that information is really also all on this handout, just laid out differently. Yeah, stack rank over in the corner, 1 to 61. Highest scoring to lowest scoring, and that's just the stack scores were used in that, not the internal scoring committee scores. And then that proposed funding level.
Hunter, do you happen to have any answer to those, just so we might kind of.
I'll give you.
You're not gonna give me yours, are you?
Yeah, I can give you mine because I'm gonna put sharing my screen here in a second.
If you need it back to talk.
Yeah, if you're good.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you bet. I did email it to you as well.
Did you? Okay.
Yep.
Sorry about that.
You're good. Okay, ready to jump in here?
Yeah, let's do it.
And I will do whatever's most helpful to folks in the room. If you'd like, I can read off the name and just a little bit of information about what the proposed funding is what they asked for, what the proposed funding is, what their project is, if that's helpful.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Okay,
It doesn't have to be verbatim, but just a generic.
yeah, just give me 1 second here and I'll pull it up. Okay, so to start out, we have the Absaroka Beartooth Wilderness Foundation. Their project was for wilderness trail maintenance in the Absaroka Beartooth Mountains. Essentially, it's coordinating volunteer groups to go out there. Requested $14,907 and change, and the initial recommendations full fund. Any thoughts on that one?
I agree.
Yeah, good project.
Yep.
It was one of the highest scoring projects.
And they performed well in the past too. on
Yep.
Projects.
And I wish there was a way I could consolidate some of the comments you had on your scoring sheets, but what I put down in my notes was low cost, a lot of work, so. And we're just a little bit ahead of schedule, but we have about 5 minutes per application. So I'd imagine there's some we'll talk quite a bit about and some like this one that we're good to go on.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Bob, you obviously have this knowledge, and I don't want to put you on the spot.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Okay, Bob, you're on the spot. That was an important, to me, answer that you gave about this first one, that they have performed well in the past. Is there any way with your knowledge that you can give us a hint that they have not performed well in the past?
I'd probably,
Quiet thumbs down
well,
or? I don't know.
my knowledge, you know, and Hunter, you're new to this now, so
I mean,
you don't have
100%,
that past experience. Yeah,
You know,
I'll say something if I know.
yeah,
And I
or
know
if
that
anybody
they
knows,
have.
I guess.
Yeah.
You know, it's, you know,
Yeah.
let's throw my outfit under the bus,
And
Montana
you
Night
probably
Riders
know some
Snowmobile
of it
Club.
too.
Don't give them the money because they don't use it where they said they were gonna. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, but how do we know that? I mean,
Sure.
and that's valuable information to me.
Yeah, and there's some background from the admin side of things, like, I now have like a good, like, view of like how folks have been able to manage the funding, or like if there's been issues in the past and whatnot. So I think a lot of those discussions do happen internally during like the eligibility review process. If there's something specific that needs to be brought to the table, or you guys want to discuss and we have background knowledge, then we can provide that for sure.
To me, it would be valuable.
Yeah.
Sure.
And Seth MacArthur, what did not score internal application or score applications for our internal review, but he did sit in on that meeting as well to provide info about a lot of the snowmobile clubs, which was very helpful. And I guess I don't have any, I don't believe that I called out for being poor performers, but I did go and for each organization, review their previous grants and just kind of look at what they'd done, how organized things were and stuff. So I do have some notes in here that say performed well in the past, so.
Thank you.
You bet. Yeah, Anaconda Snowmobile Club. Grooming trails over by Anaconda, basic motorized snowmobile trail grooming. Well, see, I don't have this written down, but now I'm second guessing myself. I think that one might have been actually restoring snowmobile trails to full width, so brushing and thinning. I believe.
Yeah,
Either
they
way.
call it their summer trail steward program and clearing brush and
Okay.
moving debris and that sort of thing.
$100,000 application. We're recommending full funding. My note on that one was that it would also benefit summer road use.
I would agree. That's good.
And that was contracted brushing of the snowmobile trails around Anaconda. Beaverhead Snow Riders, this one is to do the grooming on a relatively short section of connector trail between two larger trail systems. It sounds like it's kind of the weakest link for getting funding attention with their group each year. $3,800 seemed kind of like a no-brainer for the money. A lot of your comments supported that as well. Fully fund.
For stack rank, does that mean 61, it was the lowest
Yes.
ranking one?
Yes, and I would say too that remember the 30-40-30 split when it
Gotcha.
comes to that.
That's what makes a difference there.
Okay. Because
And
most all the motorized ones are pretty much needing funding unless that we thought there was something wrong with the application, right?
yes, in
Okay,
general.
perfect. Okay, I
We
understand.
were just over that 30%.
Okay, that makes sense.
I do think a lot of the snowmobile applications too, and this might be something to think about for our fall meeting, because we can change the way our applications put together. But a lot of the people doing that applying are older volunteers in a lot of cases, so the applications might not be the most polished necessarily. And the grooming itself isn't necessarily as exciting as a lot of other projects. It's the same thing every year. And it's hard to see like a lot of the trail projects, it's a specific like story about whatever trails being built or maintained, whereas the grooming, it's grooming the system all winter type of thing. Maybe a bit less exciting in the application.
I was gonna put some numbers together for the committee for grooming, what it costs. I didn't quite get it done, but it's over 200 and some odd dollars an hour, depending upon what the groomer is. When you start factoring in gas, oil, maintenance. I had assessed numbers early on, but they're a little bit skewed now too. They're so old that he had a groomer between 100 and 300,000. And it's more like 300,000 to 800,000, depending upon the size of the groomer. But I think it's important that this group knows what it costs to groom snowmobile trails, and then also the economic value of it, because there's communities like West Yellowstone, where I'm from, Cook City, Sealy Lake, all these areas, and if the trails aren't groomed with social media today,
Flathead County.
you're in trouble. So
Well, there's a ton of snowmobiling going on up in Kalispell area.
yeah,
too.
absolutely, Flathead, yep. So anyway, just my 2
It's
bits. for
huge.
that.
And yeah, thanks for saying that. And I did, that jumped out to me too, is like snowmobile grooming's expensive, which it is. But had pretty significant discussions with Seth on that, and 4,000 miles of snowmobile trail in the state, which needs to be groomed every winter. It's not like a summer motorized trail where once every, or non-motorized trail, or once every 10 years, is good enough for maintenance, or you only need maintenance every once in a while. It's an every winter type of thing for the grooming anyway.
And repeatedly.
Yep. And yeah, big variations
Not
too
just
between winters.
But it's nice having that recreational opportunity out there in the winter and not having just, and everything in Montana is so much in the summer. You need the swing seat, you need the late fall, early spring, winter recreation and stuff. And that's where the snowmobiling is so important to get people outside. And of course, others use it too, the cross-country skiers.
Sounds good. And I'd just say with any of these, if there's one that I call out and it makes sense to go and talk about a couple of them at the same time, if there's applications that are like each other, we can do that. So Beebler Legacy Foundation, this is a park that's being developed in Kalispell. It seems like they're very much in the planning phases right now. Their TSP ask was for 2 different parking lots in the park. Right now, the recommended, and we're asking for $100,000 to build those parking lots. Right now, the recommendation or proposed recommendation is not to fund that one. Seemed like the comments on that one called out that the application really stressed the importance of the park and less so the trails. I don't think it was in question that the trails weren't there, but there was a lot of talking about the benefits of the park to the community. A little bit weaker on talking about how the parking lots would directly benefit those trails.
I can say a few words on that one, but I mean, obviously I'm a resident there, whatever, the trails are there. And the park is just proposed as being donated by the Bibler Foundation. You know, with property donated by the Bibler Foundation. It's an old mill site, so it can't be really used for a building project as much, you know, with unstable soils. And so it's you know, there's a ton of volunteer stuff there. Whether or not it meets the, you know, fits what the TSP is, you know, I think what the application stated that they're gonna build one parking lot. The TSP grant would have been to be able to build the second parking lot at the same time, so there would be adequate funding. Obviously, I'm from the community there, and it is something that I'd like to see go. But anyway, it was that. If there's any questions about it, I do know about that project. So
I had just a couple of comments, and one was, I noticed it was still on private property. Like, I know there was resolutions within the city to potentially bring it in at some point, but my concern was this is private property. If you put the money into it and it doesn't happen, then, and there was no easements or anything for the public to use it that were part of the grant. You know, I saw the resolutions and such, but it didn't give easements for the public to use it, so to speak. And those were a little, just a couple of my comments when going through those, but.
and those are good comments. I can't, I'm like familiar with the project and, you know, in the process, you know, the property is purchased and, you know, the Bibler Foundation's done a lot of other things for the town also with the Bibler Gardens and the, you know, I guess can't get into, don't know too many more specifics about who owns the property on some of those other ones, but anyway, it's yeah, so I don't know what that, I don't have an answer for that. It's a good comment.
Just yeah, this is my first time reading them, but yeah.
Yeah, but the trails are, you know, there's trails on Highway 2 that were part of MDT's project that go out to Kyla. There's the new trail that was done, I think, with some grant funding also that goes through the Rails to Trails project that goes through the heart of downtown, that they pulled the railroad tracks out and put that one in. And then they've got Peterson School there and then, you know, just really no park on that side of town. So that's, but anyway.
Few thoughts I'd just throw out there. Not to do too many spoilers for Stephanie's meeting tomorrow, but RTP was going to fund the other part of their project out there, the trail, which was more trail focused.
Right. Good to know.
So in the application guidelines, which I was going to have a printed copy here today and don't. But it talks about what is and isn't eligible for funding. And in the not eligible for funding, it has a list of stuff like rec room, restrooms, pavilions, like just park-based facilities that don't clearly benefit trails, something along those lines. I should pull it up here and read it word for word.
What's that from RTP?
Most likely. Well, I know TSB's was a little bit more wide than RTP's.
But it was the language was like clearly. I'll pull it up here and read it. That's important.
If you're in Kalispell, I'd say you have to go to Bibler Gardens. You can't miss it. It's a phenomenal experience, I think.
Yeah, Sam did such a good job with a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, those trailhead parking lots are important. You know, in the past where we didn't have nearly as many applications, Yeah, we funded a
see
few
that.
parking lot projects, but now this year with the almost double requests that we have, I can see where parking lots might not necessarily score us.
I agree. And the plans are in place to bring city services to it and have a restroom facility that was not part of this ask, but they will have, it's gonna be quite a fancy park. I mean, by the time it's done, it's just, they're just trying to get the access, the parking figured out.
So have the trails been developed?
Yeah,
Are
the
they,
trails
are they,
in
are
place.
they in place?
Yeah,
that
they'll
This
have to
parking
be,
lot would access?
yes, but they
Okay,
would,
that wasn't clear to me.
they would have to have some connectors, short connector trails, but
Well, I think the RTP application is for those connector trail pieces that will be located in the park, which at that point, maybe these parking lots would have a more clear, obvious connection. Right now, I think it's a little wonky because those trails aren't in place. So it's like you have a parking lot for like a future.
yeah, I think one of the connector trails actually terminate or comes to there. That, you know, it's the old, when they redid the Kalispell bypass, there was an old road that came down that way. And,
So it's.
or maybe they were just, but anyway, yeah, they would have to be connector trails and an old bridge would come down and tie together. The old rail bridge.
I just read here, and this is our internal scoring committee had conversation back and forth on this, but on page 5, under ineligible project types in the guidelines, it says it's part of a long list of stuff, but this is facilities, shelters, toilets, picnic tables, benches, etc. located in a park or other setting which are not clearly and solely for the benefit of trail users versus an enhancement for park users. Now, it doesn't call out specifically parking lots there, but I kind of view that as a facility definitely needed for trails. There's several different applications in here that are kind of more park based. I think all of which had parking, and where the TSP focus is on trails. I feel like there's definitely a bit of a burden on the applicant to show that whatever facilities are going in a park are benefiting trails, not the park as a whole, if that makes sense.
It does.
There's one other one too, under the general requirements for private property. On the application, you must include an owner signed legal easement or lease agreement that allow public access to the area or trail for a minimum of 15 years past the time of application.
And Stephanie, maybe you can help me remember, but didn't we get there was an unsigned like agreement with the city
Yeah.
of Kalispell that we got the signed
We
version
got
of
the
that?
signed one. With that being said, I've been working with my supervisor to be like, if we put this through, we probably want to put like a contingency on it. Contingent, like you're saying, like all those like easements, or like making sure there's gonna be public access when involved, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
And like some of the information that's been sent to me from the Bibler folks, it sounds like all that stuff exists. It's just a matter of, they were still organizing all the official documents and stuff while they were applying. So I think they have it. I think it shouldn't be a problem to cover those things, but for us, if RTP funds their project, we'll probably put some sort of contingency on it, contingent that these things are covered.
Which project was it that needed a parking lot because everybody was parking in the hotel?
It was Hamilton.
Yeah, city of Hamilton.
City of Hamilton, yeah.
Where'd you recommend on that?
I think it was no funding.
I mean, apples to apples.
Yeah. And that one,
Okay, yeah, recommended, none there.
yeah, that one, and then there was Lewis and Clark County, I believe, wanted a parking lot and trail development.
Oh, yeah.
And we were recommending for that one partial funding to basically fund all the trail related stuff. Lewis and Clark County.
Yeah. North Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To fund all of the trail related stuff in the park, but not the parking lot. And part of that one, kind of similar lines, was that in their attachments, they had a map of like the long-term conceptual design of the park, which included the walking trail all the way around the park, but also included like ball fields and pavilions and stuff, which the parking lot would definitely serve in the future, even if it's only the trail right now.
That makes sense.
So how do we feel about the Beebler Foundation?
I'm okay with it. I just wanted to make sure everybody was new and it was something in my community. I just wanted to, I completely understand your comments and.
And I hope it comes back. I mean, I hope some of these guys will come back. 'cause-
Well, the project's gonna get done, I also feel,
Yeah.
and I mean, it'd be nice to have, you know, some other stuff, but I mean, this project will go forward.
Yeah.
It just needs, you know, they're gonna have to work on private funding some more, but there's so much of it between the Rotary, Bibler and everybody else.
You know, for the new members of the committee, just a comment, I don't think we've ever gotten a bad project. Bad applications, yes, but all these projects are good projects. And it's tough to have to cut something like this, but oh, well.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with kind of not a blanket, but a kind of a no to parking lots. Because this is trails funding. And you gotta have a place to park to get your trail, yeah, that's nice. It helps a lot.
Sure.
But it's not putting the money on the ground to me for what the purpose of this fund money is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I agree with your logic.
Yeah. They are specifically worded in the law as a fundable item, but that doesn't mean they have a high priority either, so, yeah.
Yeah, we have to ask ourselves, what's TSP here for?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially when we can only fund half of it.
Yeah. I was gonna say, in the scheme of having, half of it we're not able to fund, we have to get picky and choosy. Good, Billings Trail Net. This is for another phase of their River Trail project. $37,000 ask and change. We're recommending full funding on it. And this was one of the top scoring applications, I believe top 5. I think it was number 1 for the stack.
This is the rim trail, right?
Yes. And I didn't score it. I do have a conflict of interest, just full disclosure. I volunteer with TrailNet.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. And City of Billings was a paving and surfacing project. I believe just up over here also on the rims, although I'm going off of memory here.
It's down by the river.
Okay.
The riverfront park, yep.
Yeah.
I like running down there.
But repaving, a relatively short section of trail down by the river. A lot of the comments on this one were high cost for a low mileage. I mean, pavement's expensive. So we're recommending no funding on that one. Be curious as to what you all have to say.
I agree.
I wish we had the money to do it, to be honest, but.
Me too. It's definitely a good project, definitely needed.
Where's when these projects were, that's one of the things that we don't get to see is like we see some of the grant applications like the Bibler one's a poor one, but some of the other ones where they're applying for to put in a paved trail. And normally in the maintenance section, it'll say the city or something is taking over the maintenance of that project. And it makes you wonder, of course, this wasn't done, if this is an older trail, it was done before TSP, maybe it was some RTP. But at that time, was it stated that Billings was going to maintain that? And why isn't Billings maintaining that? Is it if it's in the city of Billings? And I know that, cities and municipalities aren't known for being, wealthy right now or anything, but, where's some of that super fund money and such? I don't know, so. Hey, that was my thought on it. It seemed like a pretty expensive project on a maintenance side.
Jenny has her hand raised.
Yep.
Jenny?
Thanks, guys. I think one of the things that we've talked about in the past as part of this discussion is the number of people served. I know it's not one of our criteria, but it's always tingling in the back of my mind of like, some of these really outback rural trails that, may only see people using them a certain portion of the year, and it's really just avid hikers that might get back there versus something that's very much in an urban core where you get a lot of people and a diverse kind of people using these trails. And I know that's my reason why I support paved trails, is because they serve they have a universal service in meeting people that have maybe mobility issues, and also when it's an urban core, you really get year-round use. So I'm not going to argue that this one shouldn't be funded, but I think that that's something that we should think about as a committee, is how many folks is this trail serving and what kinds of people is it serving? And I really, it really irks me when they put that it's a universal access or backcountry trail, when it clearly that isn't what the definition of universal access is. So it's just my stump to stump on. But I think we should consider those things as a committee, and I would urge and recommend that the staff consider those things as well when they're looking at these. Granted, we have almost $2 million to cut, so we have to get kind of brutal about things, but I would strongly have us think about these things.
I believe it was the highest use trail in all of the apps, wasn't it, per people per day, that I did think.
It sticks out in my mind that Whitefish Legacy, you're gonna look and it says 286,000. And I was thinking, boy, it'd be nice to have some trail counters on some of these, Whitefish Legacy had in their application, 286,000 users.
I forget what the number of users per day on the that river trail, it was huge.
Yeah, and I don't know it off the top of my head. I could look it up, but I would say, just being a resident here, those two trails, the Rims one we just talked about and this one, are the most popular trails in town, because you access these kind of beautiful scenic areas that are right close in town. And this one, to talk a little bit about the expense, both, yes, kind of echoing what Jenny said about accessibility and having the asphalt piece, but this one I think is also a little bit more on the expensive side, because when it was installed, what they did was they used and that was in the application too, some kind of like ground up recycled pavement. And so it just didn't, with the maintenance, just didn't hold up. And it's, that's one I think Christy was talking about, is kind of like gravel. Our road running club here has a race there, and we had to reroute it like around tripping. I mean, like, it's a trail that we're like, people worried they're gonna bite it just running on it, because it's pretty gnarly. And I mark it out with sidewalk chalk, and in some places you can't even put the chalk down because it's like marking a dirt trail. But it is a very high use trail, and does serve a lot of people in the community.
Yeah, and it was first built in the 90s. That was in the application, so it's been there a while. And it was roto-milled asphalt.
Yeah, and it's a kind of an important connector trail for our future planned trails as well. And I guess I was curious, just the stack rank is pretty high for zero funding, I guess, was my kind of biggest comment. Like, if it's ranked 22, but no partial funding, I guess for me, it seemed like that's kind of higher ranked, but I don't know how that works with, obviously, motorized, non-motorized, like where we started to kind of have to cut money. That's kind of a little bit hard to tell in that.
And was there an RTP ask in there as well, or?
There's
For a second phase.
Yes, it was for another phase of pretty much the same project.
But different location, right?
Oh, testing me.
This,
I think
this was phase 2, the other one was phase 1.
And they did receive a fully funded project in 2024, that hasn't been expended yet.
Okay. Was that on the same trail though?
I don't, it would have been a different
Yeah.
section of it.
Different
regardless,
section,
but
same.
That's something
Same
we don't
trail.
always get to see is what the past,
Yeah.
what the past SAS was.
I tried to pull that up on a lot of these, especially considering a no fund, if we were, the internal committee was considering not funding a project, just to look and see.
Yeah, their RTP application is for 0.38 miles on St. Josephine Trail, and it says phase, oh no. Nope, sorry, Riverfront Park.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the
development
ones.
Josephine.
Yeah.
And it's a hard conversation to have. I mean, it's definitely a good project. If we had the funding, I think we'd all say it should be funded.
I'm okay with the recommendation where it's at.
So they are getting, or they did apply for RTP. Can you tell us, Stephanie, how they did on their RTP request?
For RTP, we are, oh my gosh, sorry, I have to pull it up. We're recommending a full fund for their RTP project.
That makes me feel better.
There you go.
Okay, good, good.
Compromise.
Yeah, I hate not funding it, but
So
Yeah.
they've been funded RTP for several years, going back, not just last year.
yeah,
Was it all, do we know if it was all on this particular trail as far as building it section by section, or was it different projects?
They were certainly different projects.
Okay.
Spread out, yeah.
yeah, they've been working real hard to get that big circle. I'll call it the circle route.
The
around
marathon
Billings.
loop is what it's called, yeah.
Marathon.
We should
Yeah.
have organized a marathon. Should have thought of that.
And Christy Drake, who spoke here earlier, has been in the middle of that, I think, forever, hasn't she?
Yeah, it's been,
Yeah. Darlene Tusing was before that. Did you know Darlene?
I didn't.
Okay, yeah, well, anyway, yeah, they've been working on it a long time.
Okay, any final thoughts on that one? We can always circle back to some of these, if later in the conversation, it seems like we should. Bitterroot backcountry cyclists. This one was maintaining, a bunch of mostly multi-use trails, it seemed like, not specific mountain biking necessarily, but maintaining trails. We're requesting $100,000 for a 4-year-long project. And we came up with the partial funding recommendation based on funding the first 2 years of that 4-year project.
Wondered about that, yeah.
This one was, they did call out that 30% of those trails that they were gonna maintain are also single track motorized. So even though it's mostly a non-motorized project, it really is one of those true elements of both projects.
So it's in that last, that.
It was one of the
Okay,
few that
perfect.
stayed in elements of both, yep.
Does somebody double check that to make sure? I mean, if they,
So in I had that up briefly in my PowerPoint, broken down. And there were 4 true elements of both projects. I
I
mean,
didn't mean that, but when they claimed that there's, that 30% was motorized, I guess,
Oh.
I thought I knew where most of the motorized trails were over in that side of the state, and I hadn't heard of that, and so maybe, that's why I'm asking the question.
I'm taking their word for it mostly.
Okay,
I didn't count mile by mile. I did, have a statewide map of OHV trails that I did pull up, and there were some motorized single track over there. I didn't know about it either, but.
You'll have to tell me where that map is statewide, yeah.
So I think Montana Rec Maps.
They also did RTP, is that right?
Yeah. For RTP, I believe, we recommended a no fund. It was for a different project.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
It's kind of, since your contracts are generally for 2 years, is that correct?
So
Your agreement?
this year, the longest in our guidelines, we said the project work would be completed by October of 2028, and they'd have their final claims submitted by December 31st.
Okay.
2028.
I like,
So-
I like your idea of the 2-year period. And
Yeah,
yeah,
and they can apply again after
Sure.
their 2 years is done.
yeah.
But yeah, you could, starting this summer, you could get 4 summer seasons, within that period
Okay.
being completed by October of 2028.
I like that thought process.
Okay, Bitterroot Cross Country Ski Club was requesting $45,000 and we're recommending full funding. This one is a partnership with Lost Trail to essentially pay for groomer hours.
I like this project, but it cracks me up that they they're doing waste when it's. They mentioned something about picking up dog waste. People are stretching.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were some stretching for the extra point, yeah.
Concept stuff. That makes sense.
I agree.
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I liked with this one that they were partnering with the ski area there. Seemed
Yeah.
like a good use of funding.
And I can say historically, that club has done a very good job with their grants and on the ground. So,
Good to know. Okay, Blackfoot Challenge Inc. This was kind of an interesting one, kind of stands out as being a little bit different than a lot of our others maybe. But they were wanting to install a pit toilet and then do some road and trail signing and do summertime trail mowing and weed treatments and wintertime ski trail grooming, all on the Blackfoot Challenge, which somebody in this room probably knows more about it than I do, but it's kind of a cooperatively managed piece of private land that has public access north of Ovando that borders up against Forest Service. We were recommending partial fund to fund all of the trail maintenance and weed spraying and winter grooming and all of the trail signing and not fund the pit toilet or the road signing.
Say that again, please.
Yeah, so the pit toilet and the road signing would not be funded. And all of the trail summertime maintenance, and weed spraying, and the wintertime grooming would be funded. And the trail signing that they were wanting would be funded.
Is it elements of both or non-motor?
I think
It's listed as elements of both, but.
and you know, I probably pulled it out of there.
Did you?
But the way they applied for it, it probably was, I guess, because they did have road signing in there.
Gotcha.
So,
yeah. And the boot tree is on a groom snowmobile trail in the wintertime.
Right.
You've seen that one, haven't you? Yeah.
This one also was a 4-year request, right? Am I right in
I
that?
think for the grooming and weed spraying, it was at least 3, it might have been 4, you might be right. Yeah, it was multi-year for the grooming and weed spraying.
I think a partial is good. I like your approach. I was thinking, whatever we could do within the next 2 years and then have them apply.
And I believe they were a first-time applicant too.
Yeah, no.
No, see how they do.
I'm good
Encourage
with
them to apply for stuff in future years.
Hunter, you're doing good.
Thank you, Bob.
I mean, I'm so excited what's going on right now compared to previous years. Not that Tom was bad, but the way you've got this set up is awesome compared to what we were doing. So thank you.
That's good. Wasn't sure how it would be received, but I'm glad folks like it.
It's rolling good.
Okay, Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation. They were wanting to do a Packer apprenticeship program to assist their volunteer projects, so to bring materials into their volunteer projects. Or essentially they'd have I think they were saying a master packer helping out beginner horse packers to bring supplies in. They were asking for a little over $40,000. We were recommending full funding.
I'm good with it. I think it's a great opportunity for the next generation.
Just the only comment there is that it comes back to, as long as it doesn't focus too much on education, because isn't it TSP that can't be for education? And
Education materials, I believe is the way it's worded, but I think that education word in the comments that folks sent in, I think triggered a few people questioning the eligibility of it.
Well, I think it's a good, I mean, I think educating the packers or if they are doing the work and if the packers get an education, that's a bonus. Because we certainly need that in the future. You know, we need more of this, more gray-haired people teaching young people how to do stuff. So anyway, because we can't keep doing it forever.
Yeah, their application definitely seemed to focus on the educating the horse packers. Versus doing the actual trail work on the ground, but definitely crucial to doing the trail work on the ground. Really what they're wanting to do isn't all that different than like an MCC type of thing. Is kind of the discussion we had on it.
Yeah. Like it. They're another group that's gotten grants from us yearly.
Yeah, I was gonna
and
say,
have always
a
been
lot
good.
of past success. Bridger Ski Foundation, this one was for the preseason preparation for cross-country ski trails that are kind of within the urban interface of Bozeman. They were asking for a little over $22,000. I believe they were wanting to do like snowmaking and weed cutting, setting up some facilities before their trail grooming started. Yeah, no question. It's a good project and needed. Kind of a strange application where it's not, it's all supporting the trail, but not really the trail itself.
It's out by the hospital. It's like porta potties, everything's mobile, portable. Yeah, I don't give them any money.
I must not have read that one clear enough. I thought it included trail maintenance, grooming, winter trails.
They talked a lot about grooming, but when we looked at their budget, they were looking for like some money for snowmaking. They didn't have any reimbursement for the grooming, because I originally was like, oh, grooming looks great, but they weren't asking for money for grooming. They were asking money for the preparation and then the snowmaking.
Slap my face.
Yeah, so that kind of changed my.
That changed my whole perspective.
Yeah.
I think they got an
it would've been
RTP one though
straightforward
for
for
grooming.
They
right?
did, they
Oh,
applied for
yeah.
RTP, it was about grooming and the budget was for grooming.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's-
okay.
That's what I
Good.
was
Okay.
kind of reading between the two. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Feel good
Okay.
about, good.
Yeah.
I hate to tell you guys this, but Pat Flowers, who's in the Senate, he's the minority leader in the Senate. This is one of his projects. No, he's very close to it. We can't let things like that bias us. But I just wanted you to know.
And TSP has funded projects for Bridger Ski Foundation in past years as well. Butte Silverbow Government. So this one, I really like the sound of the project. It was a rails to trails type project between Butte and Anaconda. Most of their funding ask from us was for a bridge structure. $100,000. And we were recommending no funding on that. A lot of that was based on a lot of other really good Butte projects. Butte had, as far as communities go, I think Butte had the highest or close to the highest number of projects that were in or directly adjacent to Butte, which is good.
All right, a question about this one. When I was looking at the budget and the description, contracted services will be used to design, fabricate, and install. Can we currently fund design and fabricate work? I thought that was one of the things that was a question about.
And I went back and looked at previous projects, and I'd say previously we have.
Okay.
And a lot of times it was for bridges. I think engineering is probably pretty important when it comes to, to bridges.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was like one in Dillon, I think, over a drainage ditch or something in Dillon.
Right. Yeah.
That one included the engineering and construction of the bridge, and I believe there's one up in Havre too, actually, that was for a bridge that.
So I'm on the board of directors of that Greenway and so I didn't score this one, but the bridge, yeah, it's needed, but in the design, and that is from a company called Contech. They're out of Helena that builds the bridges. So the design and engineering is only on their bridge. They have another engineering firm out of Helena that actually designs all of the Greenway trail system for us, but it's just the bridge itself. But yeah, I hear you.
I kind of got hung up on that a little bit too.
Yeah.
It's some gray area.
Well, you know, the reason
it's mentioned in a couple of other applications also,
Sure.
the same verbiage.
I tend to think with bridges like that, anybody who's going to install one probably would have to do that type of thing just for safety and their own liability. That kind of part of the construction costs.
Kind of goes with the purchase of the bridge. You have to,
Whether or not this fund should fund that portion of it, or if they gotta have that up front is the question.
Yeah. See, that's why I raised the question. For those of you who are newer, when we got Senate Bill 24 passed, that established this program, we left it more open. We mentioned some specific things, but we left out equipment, we left out planning, we left out those kind of terms that we're going to rely on the department to develop an administrative rule. And we kind of had discussion with the department staff at the time that all that kind of stuff would be included. Well, then the legal staff of FWP interpreted the law. If it's not specifically worded in the law, you can't do it. And so that's why I raised the question, you know, with this bill that with 310 that's going through the legislature, I think that would clarify some of that stuff. But that's why I asked the question, Hunter, is can we do that? It's necessary, yes, absolutely. But apparently we can do it, or we've gotten away with it.
We haven't.
Good.
Well, speaking from a manufacturer's standpoint, like where we built pit toilets and things like that in my other life before we started doing this. And I'll guarantee you that if you bought a pit toilet, you bought all of the design and engineering that went into that.
Sure.
So it would be no different than if you're going to buy a bridge from Contech, which we did Contech structures. But, and I know they do in steel and stuff now, but anyway, for other things, but you know, there was engineering that went into that. I mean, it's just something you're not going to buy a bridge from somebody and not have some designer engineering. It's just how they worded their grant.
Sure.
So I think that's just a point I wanted to make.
Yeah, good conversation on that. But we're all happy with the funding recommendation, or additional thoughts on the funding recommendation.
They'll find it somewhere else. We will. We will.
Well, you can't do all of them.
No.
Okay, Cabinet Backcountry Horsemen. They were wanting to, I believe, do some campground maintenance and maintain trails out of a equestrian campground up in northwest Montana, asking for $28,500. We were recommending a full funding on that one.
This is for a campground?
I think, so the project's based out of a campground, and I'm going off memory a little bit when I'm describing these, so if somebody else has better information, jump in, but it's for the trail maintenance, I believe a contract. Yeah, I don't have it on my notes here.
It says it maintain 100 miles of trail and facilities.
Okay.
Trail and facilities maintenance.
Potential trails could include 124 miles in the Libby district.
Yeah.
Cool. Good clarification there.
That's a lot of bang for the buck.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that was what I had written down here. A lot of work for not a lot of money.
And it includes not just weed control, which is always a positive thing for the legislature. I think generally with RTP too, is the trick words in an application.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the facility, the campground work was mainly just working on a couple picnic tables, and it was a very small part of the overall. It was just of the project. I think it was a good project.
Seemed like, yeah, good project, good dedicated group of volunteers up there working on it.
Yeah.
Custer County, one of our Eastern Montana projects, they were requesting funding for like restroom installation, trail work, and I think kiosks maybe, for a park just outside of Miles City.
And parking areas.
And parking areas. They were requesting 2 pit toilets, and I believe it was an 80-acre park. So essentially what the recommendation we came up with was fully fund less the cost of one of those pit toilets. If they need a second in future years, they can apply again. Right now, there's none there. There's no infrastructure there.
I'm good.
Yep.
Seems like logical.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
And the location is critical.
Yeah, it is. 2 of them are.
Yeah, sounds good. East Ridge Foundation. These are non-motorized trails directly adjacent to Butte. We're asking for $15,000, a little over, for trail maintenance. I think this one might be misremembering, was going through a burn area, a recent burn area. We're recommending full funding. Positive comments on the stock scoring feeds on this one.
He spoke earlier today, and he, in the past, has done a great job, did a beautiful job last year with the money that we gave him.
Good project.
Yep. Okay. Sounds good. Flathead area mountain bikers. Yeah, spoke earlier today as well, wanting to construct some new mountain biking trail up in northwest Montana. Requesting just under $100,000. And we were recommending partial funding. I think they had 2 different trails. So this would get them partway there.
I'm not even sure if I should go here, I guess, but I'm being a member or So to go ahead on, so we have 2 trail applications that are gonna be they get quite a bit of use up there, lower in the page, Gateway to Glacier Trail, which is basically Cedar Flats, north of Columbia Falls, and with 0 proposed funding, and then this one, and I'm just trying to, me being a resident, it looks almost not, I wonder about. And I guess we haven't got to the other one, and I guess we can, maybe there's something else that I'm missing there.
No, it is definitely good that you bring that up. So 3 projects stood out to the internal review panel as being kind of dedicated mountain bike type projects. There was this Flathead area mountain bikers, and then mountain bike Missoula, and the Dirt Concern, which is down by Bozeman.
Yep, I saw those.
And I think initially I'd had this one at a full fund level, and then internally we talked about, instead of fully funding one and not funding the other 2, to partially fund 2 of those projects.
It's the mountain bike aspect of it that does it then, okay.
Well, that was our consideration. Now we can change the recommendation if we want to.
Can you repeat that? I'm not sure I followed, like where you said you decided to fund just this one partially and then something else?
Yeah, so out of all the applications, it stood out that there were 3 that were mountain bike specific, which were mountain bike, or the Dirt Concern, mountain bike Missoula, and this Flathead area mountain bikers. And I believe it was Flathead area mountain bikers was initially the only one of those in for proposed funding. And it was proposed full funding. We decided to split it into partial funding for 2 of those bike organizations.
How did
bike
they,
projects.
I'm sorry, I'm slow here. I'm not finding the other ones on my thing, just seeing like, how did they score compared to the Flathead area mountain? Because that Flathead area mountain scored so well.
And so that's number 2. What's the number 3 one, please?
It says Flathead area mountain bikers, mountain bike Missoula, and the Dirt Concern. And I believe that's the order they scored in.
TB.
Oh, okay.
Dirt Concern is 10.
Okay, yep.
Bike Missoula was 18.
Thanks.
Well, I was just looking for a differential, and I guess where I'm getting, where they're building more of a specific mountain bike thing is what stood out more than where the other trail would be, was more of a could be used by mountain bikes, but wasn't specific to mountain bikes, so with like design features and things like that. So, and that makes sense. So that works when I think about it.
And I hope I'm getting this right, but I believe Whitefish Legacy Partners was wanting to do trail work right in that same area.
They were, and there was one section of that I think maybe was specific to mountain biking also, maybe, or something, but.
Okay, and their project location was like right below this one on the mountain there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, Whitefish Legacy would be, it was west, I think, or whatever, a little bit, but yeah, all in the kind of same. No, I just was trying to look for some kind of a plan there. Once you mentioned that, it makes sense.
Okay, and we can, if we get farther down and want to come back and revisit some of these, we certainly can. Any final thoughts on the owner?
Good with it.
Yeah, thanks for going into detail on their internal review process. That was helpful.
Yeah, you bet. And
oh yeah,
by no means want to say that what I'm saying is correct. I know, just in the folks we had in our internal review panel, we had significant discussion on some of these, so you can divide the pie up in a lot of different ways. Foundation for America's Public Lands. This is for an ADA accessible trail in the Scratch Gravel Hills right north of Helena. Was requesting $100,000 and we were recommending full funding.
Excellent project.
It definitely
I
seemed
like this one. It's gone through all kinds of planning, all kinds of collaboration.
All kinds of litigation.
Yeah,
I wrote the plan.
yeah.
Anyone has any-
I figured you might pipe in there, Brett.
I work with the foundation, so if you're not familiar, other land management agencies have always had like charitable foundations, and BLM just got one. So they are dealing, I'll just say it, with rich folks who want to donate funds, but they also help with grant writing and things like that. So this is our first experience working with them, and I thought they were all very professional. They have a professional grant writer. I think that came through very clearly. I think they did a great job on the project, but this project wasn't formally appealed with Interior Board of Land Appeals. The ramp is the entire project, so 35 miles of new trails and scratch gravels. And then we got sued. After that, we won that. BLM prevailed, and then we got litigated by Alliance for the Wild Rockies and a few other groups. And we won that case as well. So it's all that stuff done, hopefully, and we're clear to start implementing.
Did you get a few new gray hairs over there?
Right, great, it went right to white. That was a 6-year project, the longest of my career.
it is neat what you've done out there. I'll just say that it's been a 10-year gap and me being out in that area, and the changes are cool.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Definitely seems like also our most kind of standing out ADA project, where that was one of our focus areas, universal access. Did a real good job incorporating that.
And it's got gravel on it.
That was gonna be my question is, it says
I
crushed
just-
gravel less than half an inch, then why doesn't that work anywhere else?
It depends on how it's put down and sometimes depends on the gravel.
Probably not plowing it either.
Scratch gravel, it's
Okay.
kind of
Yeah.
decomposed granite base.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
somewhat unique, I guess, as far as Montana goes for just the regular surface.
I do think it makes a difference on what's available in different places in the state, and because a lot of the gravel trails that we have, and I mean, we have great gravel in the Kalispell area, you know, I mean, a lot of those trails hold up really well with gravel. But, you know, paving's better, I'm sure, it's just, you know, the cost and the maintenance, but longevity, there's a reason why roads are paved, you know, so I know.
Personally, I like the gravel myself. It's easier on the ankles.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, well, no, that's a good.
Good on that one?
Yeah.
Does anybody else want to take a break?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, we do.
Thank you.
All right, for those online, we're gonna take what, a
10 minutes.
10-minute break, so we'll hop back on at 2:08.
Did you bring your running gear?
And we'll put
I
this
did.
on mute for
Places
now.
to run, or do you know where you want to go?
Oh, I like Riverfront Park, and then sometimes I stay at the motel.
Yeah,
I love you.
Before maybe 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Without you, I would.
So we're muted and recording still.
Yeah, we're still recording.
You guys having a good year down there? Or you guys
Yeah.
still in the snowmobile business?
Yeah, no,
Other stuff?
it's busy, so.
Good.
Yeah, the snow's been good.
You guys are
Still coming.
You guys always were already out there today.
We're, yeah.
Come right
No,
through.
The dealership's gone, so my dad closed it down 4 or 5 years ago, just because it was Yamaha and Arctic Cat, so.
You drove all the way
All
over this
that
morning?
changed, that
No, yes,
really didn't make a lot of
Logical
sense.
question.
That's a pretty drive.
So
And he's older too, he's
Yeah.
been on this.
Does that work out okay?
Oh, yeah, we're great.
Nice.
Nice place.
You still doing rentals?
Comfy bed.
Then, or you step back?
Nice.
Yep,
All good.
just doing excavating, septic work.
All right, for those online, I think we're gonna get
Right.
started here in just under a minute. So stand
Yeah,
by.
next Monday.
Beautiful drive.
Stuff
Few
was there.
squalls, low gravel, sun shining on the crazy. The bridges were in
Yeah.
full form.
Yeah, I kept some information stuff. I was
Can't
thinking
complain
of
too much about it.
on Glacier Precast.
That was.
Yeah.
pretty
You
helpful.
have that over
there?
Yeah.
And what's
Couple
the,
rainbows.
how's the precast business? Is it
Well,
pretty
I
busy?
sold
I
it
don't
about
get
okay,
Okay.
about 5 years ago, a little less. Yeah. But yeah, it's busy.
It's about anywhere.
They can't,
That's true.
don't have enough stuff to, they can't build it.
Right.
Anything.
And mostly culvert stuff, or they do the septic stuff?
Well, yeah, but they do the whole.
I went to
they do the
David's
whole-
place when I said about
You
anywhere.
have to appreciate the, you know,
Right on.
Squash.
Yeah.
Lilies, we got lilies, you know.
No, you-
Banana deal.
I knew Steve pretty well.
Did you? Okay.
So, I know the guys, you know.
Where are they at now?
I love
Well, Tim still works there.
Oh, he does.
You know, Steve retired, so, you know, him and I are the ones that, you know, built up all the events.
There's really not a lot of reasons to go to.
Yeah, we were,
Going to circle.
our business model was pretty
Just
similar.
drive the High Line.
Couple of
Yeah.
years almost simultaneous. And then for some reason, it just kind of went away down there when
Yeah.
Tim took it
Can't
over.
believe it. Yeah. I used to buy everything from him.
Yeah.
And I love to have.
Well, I know it, and we have so
Now
many
it's
people
part of the world.
that did it up at Glacier Precast. I mean, I always said that you could close it. Just take care of our local septic and stuff.
Okay, wanna get going?
But we're shipping manholes all over it.
That's what Anderson is now, is all mangroves.
They're still doing a lot of things. Really big things.
Okay. Friends of Scotsman
I mean,
Peaks.
Not me.
Yeah.
I do some work a little bit. but not much.
I don't hear that. He said.
More of this stuff, you know.
But Anderson.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Friends of
Fine,
Scotsman
yeah.
Peaks. So this one's non-motorized trail maintenance, mostly wilderness trail maintenance. Up in northwest Montana, right up against Idaho. Believe it's funding like trail crew coordinator position and like trail ranger type position. To coordinate volunteer projects, figure out where the work's needed out there. Requesting a little over $42,000. And this was another one that was a 4-year ask, so we were recommending to partial fund the first 2 years. They're coming off of a previous 4-year TSP application that funded the same work, same program. Seems like they've been pretty successful with it.
Is this one motorized?
It's non-motorized.
I guess I'm just looking at the score. Like if it's non-motorized, 55 and they're partially funded and some that were scored higher. No funding or are still partially funded.
Well, and that's where those comments really came in. The comments on the spreadsheets that you all sent me. And to some degree, the thoughts of the internal review panel as well.
Can you explain some of those comments?
So
So I had this as a pretty miserable one.
I did, just like reading through them all, just took quick notes. But seems like good value for the money, consider partial funding. I think there is question about funding the trail ranger positions versus funding the actual work on the ground.
Those are hard when people and stuff are funded versus more of the stuff hitting the ground, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Especially when it's Forest Service, so to speak, and when you see these private companies or organizations come in and give a lot of volunteer time and then the money can hit the ground and go further, it seems, but.
You know, this is the bureaucrat, the ex-bureaucrat coming out of me. We've got this scoring rubric. And you know, I know a lot of these projects just because they've been around a while. They're all good projects. I thought this application was not very well done.
I agree.
And so I scored them down. And it could be a wonderful project, but we have a scoring rubric for a reason.
Right.
And so it was not at the bottom of my list, but it was pretty close, just because the application was crappy.
Yeah.
Like plans, you know, I mean, you know, I don't know how each one of you scored that variable, but it says specifically, list the plans. I think they only had one plan down if the score I gave them is true. It was just a poorly done application, maybe a great project. So, yeah, I scored it pretty low.
And how do we feel about the partial funding? And
I would say no for how low they scored if other higher scoring applications got no funding or had their funding kind of docked down to partial funding, but they scored much better.
I agree.
Like,
okay.
Yeah, given the quality or the lack of quality of the application, there's a lot of other good projects out there where they did well with their app. And so, I don't know, this may be the first one we're saying, put the money somewhere else.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, and I have a problem with the whole application goes on and on and on. The verbiage goes on and on about volunteer, volunteer, volunteer all the way down. And you get to their budget and it says, we want money for salaries and we have a cash match. There's no mention of in kind. Like, again, like you said, it's just poorly written.
Yeah.
It kind of doesn't take credit or doesn't really explain out all that volunteer work they're talking about.
Not at all. I mean, it reads good, the volunteer, when you read that part of it. But it's.
We had to get you on one of these.
No, that's good.
Give him his life.
Can't get a free ride around here.
Okay.
We're talking about funding the trail coordinator, yeah. Cost of the personnel.
Okay. So we have, right with that done, we have about a $10,000 wiggle room of unallocated funding. We were a little over before.
Okay.
The totals before added up to like 213 or something like that. So now we're at 1,900,000, 992,000. A little bit of change. We, on my budget sheet, it says $2,008,000. So we have about that.
I think we can cut you some slack if we end up today at, you know, $1,995,000. You can figure out where to put the other 5,000.
Yeah. And if we're a little over, I think it's okay if we're a little over, because it's easy enough to just, to do some rounding and even that out among 61 applications. Okay, any final thoughts on Scoffin Peaks? Friends of the Little Belts. And this is the first of 3 TSP applications and 3 RTP applications that were all applied for by the same individual working for 3 different organizations. So this Friends of the Little Belts one is motorized and non-motorized trail maintenance in the Little Belts, asking for $100,000. We had a lot of conversation about the 3 TSP applications, the overlap between, especially 2 of them in particular, the ones that were within the belts. So the other one would be Great Falls Trail Bike Riders Association. So to make that motorized 30%, the motorized ones, we leaned towards funding a lot of those motorized ones.
Yes.
I think you have to do that.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you just have to.
However, the amount of funding going, especially just to the Little Belts for trail maintenance, kind of stood out to us. Especially when you take the RTP applications into account, which also kind of lean towards funding motorized applications. But anyway, discussion around that. They have had past grant applications. The Trail Bike Riders, I think, had an RTP application doing the same type of thing, and it appeared they'd done it very successfully. Folks going out on dirt bikes with chainsaws and
Forever.
cutting deadfall trees out of trails, re-signing, remarking trails. So they've proven they have the capability to do the work. I guess the question we kind of had is, can they spend all that money in one season, or how long would that funding last them? But looking kind of holistically at Trail Bike Riders, 2 applications, and Friends of the Little Belts, 2 applications. We opted to fully fund Friends of the Little Belts, where it has that mixed motorized, non-motorized component. And Great Falls Trail Bike Riders, which also is focused on the Belt Mountains, opted to partial fund that one at $50,000.
And the MTVRA was similar also, so yeah, and it was fully funded.
Fully funded, and that one's statewide.
Yeah.
So that was one of the things I had questions about, and it sounds like you've addressed it at least somewhat. I was wondering who is checking these overlapping projects, because like some of them don't specifically state which trails. They give a gigantic map and they say, we're gonna select amongst these, I think this one said 400 trails or 400 miles of trails or something. And so I didn't notice that it was the same individual, but it sounds like you guys are the ones that are already checking to make sure that we're not having duplicate funding. Is that right?
Yes.
So we don't have to worry about that.
I believe this is kind of unique situation. But I believe it's Friends of the Little Belts. He's new to working with Friends of the Little Belts and is taking on kind of the grant administrator role for all 3 of these organizations, which are all based out of Great Falls.
Okay.
But has had grants with the OHV program and RTP before, and the feedback, I guess, has been positive that they're able to keep things separate.
Okay.
Well, they have to provide a report to you too, a
Yeah.
completion report, so that would identify the work that's been done.
Yeah.
And I know this individual that wrote those grant applications, he was hired within the last year. Mona Enos is the one that's been doing those applications, and the other guy, and Mona's 85.
84, 85.
Yeah, and just wearing out. It said it's time for somebody else to do it. So they, I'm not sure if it's Montana Trail Vehicle Riders Association. He contracts with them. I do know that. So he's writing these grant applications for, the Little Belt projects. So he's good. And those groups.
The groups are good.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
it's
absolutely.
fantastic What they do. I
Yeah.
mean,
I've worked with them for almost 2 decades.
Yeah.
and They are outstanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to bias anybody, but really, some of the best groups I've ever worked with.
And the Friends of the Little Belts, this application we're reviewing right now, they are a coalition, motorized and non-motorized across the board. It's a good coalition.
Okay. Any different feelings on fully funding Friends of the Little Belts? We can take a harder look at the other two when we get to them. Okay, Friends of Thompson Park, another beach project. I believe this one's for trail maintenance.
Yeah, rehab and maintenance.
Yeah. Of trails in Thompson Park, which is, it's not in Butte, but it's maybe 10 miles south of Butte.
Yeah,
Real
not
close.
far.
8.
Eight.
I live in Thompson Park.
Okay.
There you go.
So
Isn't that Joslin Dodge Park?
That's it.
Whenever I go by, that's who I think of.
definitely close into the Butte area, was kind of considered one of our Butte area projects. Was one of the top scoring projects. We're recommending fully funding $21,000.
Good idea.
That's another one that looks to me like you're getting a lot of bang for your buck.
Yeah,
Yeah, really high scoring application.
and they've had past success with their TSP grants anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Gallatin Valley Land Trust, this project was wayfinding to put in directional signage on their trails. I forget the name of their trail system, but it essentially goes all through the city of Bozeman and surrounding area and connects in eventually to Forest Service and I think some other public land out there.
Main Street to the mountains.
Yes, yes, Main Street to the mountains. So they're wanting to put signs out there on the ground. Their application was a little funny that they were asking for the funding for the signs themselves and then the funding for, it was kind of another one of those where it was kind of design, I read it as somebody to figure out what signs they needed or what signs they needed where. But anyway, our partial fund was based off of funding the hardware materials for their signs and then not funding that design contractor to figure out what signs they potentially needed where. It's important, definitely an important piece of the project, but I think that's hopefully something they could come up with somewhere else.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Any thoughts?
Yeah.
Good?
Good.
Yeah, they're a well-funded group. They can come up with the missing few $100s.
Okay, Gateway to Glacier Trail. Another $100,000 application. Amanda was on here talking about the project as a whole earlier. This was one that yeah, the specifics are blanking on me a little bit, but I believe this one was a paved section. Somebody can
I
pull
don't
that
think
one
so.
up and do a quick project description. That'd be great. 61 of them, they kind of blend together and I don't want to get it wrong.
No, I don't think there was any paving on this one, and this is a good area.
Okay.
Cedar
Last
Flats.
3 packet saddle trails.
Oh, okay.
It's just north of, just a couple mile or so, a mile and a half north of Columbia Falls. Cedar Flats is a really well-used area that they wanted to add on to.
Okay, that's right, Cedar Flats Trail.
Yeah, and it was, I mean, for the yeah, it's a good project. I guess some of my notes, but with that's why I was asking the questions earlier about Flathead area mountain bikers. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And then that became more specific to the mountain biking community, which is good. I hadn't thought about that aspect because mountain bikers can use this other too, but mountain bikers also like more mountain bike specific, I don't know what you'd call them, I guess, articles, elements, they want tricks, they want, things that they can do, steps, that kind of thing or whatever. And so that would be a different type of a trail. So, but Gateway to Glacier was a good trail, but I should probably, I'm part of the community, or the Flathead Valley, I guess I'd be kind of surprised that it didn't get any funding, but I'm looking at why, the grant wasn't a bad grant or anything, but anyway, it scored it at 26, I guess, but.
It's actually 28 when I look at the actual scoring sheet. 26 is Selway Bitter Frank Church Foundation, but regardless, it's a pretty good, it scored well. We've funded Gateway to Glacier numerous years in the past. I guess I'm curious why not even partial funding for this one from the staff's point of view, that recommendation.
And when you look in to get to the right section here, my mouse quit working, project benefits in section 2, the Flathead area mountain bikers collaborate with this group to, so it does have a benefit for, both areas, the mountain biking community does use the Cedar Flats Trail quite a bit, so.
Yeah, partial funding is definitely something we can consider.
What was your team's consideration?
I think the lower scoring, the comments did recommend partial funding. The funding of, they do have unused funds from a 2024 grant.
Okay.
We all agreed it was a good project and recommended that they reapply the same project in future years.
I thought they had a project in last year and whatever, but.
They do, yeah. I believe 2024 they had one and maybe prior to that as well.
You say it's not completed yet last year?
They're not closed grants.
Yeah, they still have an open grant from last year.
I thought they could only apply every 2 years. No, it's every year. Okay, all right.
And some of these, it did come down to the money just isn't there, the funding's not there, so.
What about, I don't have their budget information in front of me, but we canceled that, Friends of Scotch and Peak, 21,000 bucks. Would 21,000 do them any good? According to their spread, their finance?
I'd imagine.
They said,
I'd have, go ahead.
no, they said for partial funding, they would go with just TR 08, but I can't tell from the budget how much that would be. I mean, the total budget's 100 something, 110.
That was part of my problem is the contractor fees are not broken out at all. There's no justification anywhere in the application for where they got those numbers.
Well, TR 08 would have been a loop trail that would have been 4.5 miles. The total application was for 15 miles. And that might give you, that's the closest thing, who knows what, what, if it needs more work or less work or what, but anyway.
I did have a lot of comments about the lack of detail and the lack of quotes and things like that. Would have been helpful because then you could have seen where to give the partial funding.
Yeah, that was one of my comments on it too.
This isn't specific maybe to this particular application, but like when we started talking about partial funding, just like looking at like trying to rank things that have maybe high ranks and the funding, knowing where that money has gone, it's kind of hard to tell, just like flipping through here. Because it doesn't seem like it always matches up with how they ranked. And I know some of that was because they were motorized. But there's like a couple of others that look like maybe they were lower ranked but got full funding. But I can't remember now, if they
Yeah,
read motorized or non-motorized, and so,
Yeah, it's.
so
not
that's a
like
little
I'm
bit
gonna-
hard to follow.
It's hard to sit here and say, well, we gotta take some from this or take some from that or something. I just,
Yeah,
I mean, and then I am a little biased, so I'm.
What I can do is with this one or a different one, whatever you all recommend, put first in line for partial funding. And if we have leftover funding at the end of the day,
well, I don't know that I have a stronger preference for this one in particular, but just like, trying to wrap my head around like how they ranked out from the stack. And if they got full or partial funding, just kind of seeing that in order, because I'm just glancing through and it looks like there's some that have much lower ranks that got funding, and so it just, I don't know if that makes sense, but just how that kind of got pieced together. And there were some that I know we talked specifically about that makes sense why we wouldn't fund little pieces of it, but there are some that I'm kind of losing why they would get funding above something that ranked lower.
Might be good, and I know we'll talk about this in September when we come together to talk about the next funding cycle, but maybe just to jot it down in your notes for September is to somehow divide the grant applications out into different tabs for non-motorized or tabs or color coding. Color coding is awesome for motorized, non-motorized, and mixed when we're reviewing, so that we can kind of keep that in mind as we're scoring these, knowing that we have that 30, 40, 30 split.
Yeah.
And it just would be really helpful to us as we're scoring to know, you know, what kind of what we're up against for these non-motorized trails, since that is the biggest area that gets cut.
yeah, thank you, Jenny, because you're not the first person that said that. We've talked about that internally, and I think several of you in your comments kind of mentioned the same thing. Definitely I'll keep that in mind for next year, because I think that would make having some of these conversations a little bit easier and more straightforward.
I find it interesting on this project that they say that they've got an existing 13 miles on of the Crystal Cedar project, and they are looking to add 15 to it, so it doubles the size of it as a whole. So partial funding has got to get them something if they manage to get the 13 somehow.
Oh, I think I
Yeah.
agree that I think some partial funding would be wonderful if there was some that are available, yeah. But anyway.
I think this is a really, I was surprised to not get all the detail, because I've seen their applications in the past, and it's a really great project for a part of a Flathead that really needs that, like, if you've driven through there, like it's dangerous through that canyon before you get for anybody that isn't driving a car. So it's a great project. It really serves the communities and tourists really well, but yeah, that lack of detail to know how we could partially fund might have been what the staff was thinking when they said, well, we just don't have the money anyway, and we don't know what to give them for it. But if we could throw them a bone at the end of everything, let's come back. I put my orange X through that one as a possibly come back to when we're done.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Circle back to it maybe at the end of the day. And there may also be a handful of these fully funded ones where we can maybe pull a little bit of funding out and partially fund a couple instead of fully funding a couple and not funding others.
Yeah.
Okay, want to move on for now and come back to that one in a minute? Okay, Great Burn Conservation Alliance. This is western Montana, right up against the border of Idaho, more or less. Wilderness trail maintenance. Their application was for their coordinator or their volunteer, volunteer project coordinator, really. $100,000 application. I believe it was a multi-year application going across several years. What jumps out of my head is that they didn't focus on the work that their volunteers would be doing on the ground, that they didn't take credit for a lot of that. Right now, the recommendation is no funding.
They lacked a lot of, I was worried about feasibility. That was my note of actually accomplishing what they want to do. And that their project plans were pretty vague.
Yeah, the note I have, it was one of the lower scoring applications. Application justified the work being done was needed, but didn't explain how the coordinator position would facilitate this work. Recommend apply again next year.
It was listed as elements of both as well. I kind of thought it was all non, but
I'd agree, without going and verifying trail by trail, maybe they do something I didn't, but just at a glance, definitely seemed like a non-motorized project.
Wasn't it low wilderness?
I think it was. That's kind of why I was wondering why elements of both, but.
Now you'll find the tightwad in me. I made a big note. It said salary, $65,076 of TSP funds will pay for the portion of our stewardship coordinator salary that is not funded through Forest Service contracts.
I want that job.
Yeah, no kidding. You can tell what I key in on. Give me a break.
I think that's smart, Bob.
I just had problems
Good
all
catch.
over in this application. Does not read well.
I think we've all agreed.
Yeah.
There you go.
Great Falls Trail Bike Riders. Back to the Little Belts. This is $100,000 motorized trail maintenance application. With this application, they provided like an endless amount of awesome pictures of, I believe it was their RTP grant from a previous year, going around and doing saw work on a lot of those trails. Definitely a great project. We kind of talked about the multiple grants and the funding earlier. This was one of the few motorized projects that we weren't recommending full funding to, partial funding at $50,000. Most of the thought process behind that was to spread the funding to more applications, more projects. We're still giving them quite a bit to work with. And first time TSP grant applicant, so we'll see how they do with the funding this year and look at them again next year.
Did they do RTP as well?
Yeah.
You guys might have talked about it
They
earlier.
do every year, yeah.
And they've done RTP before, haven't they?
Yeah, no, and that money is gone.
Yeah.
It goes fast.
Yeah, they're a great team. You know, they've been at it for a long, they also get a state OHV grant for this kind of work, so.
But you should see
No,
the trail system.
they're very
I
effective.
mean, it's the best trail system there is anywhere in the,
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's been rated top 10 in the United States, you know.
Yeah,
for-
good.
And it's a lot of single track and yet some OHV, you know, wider stuff too, and it's, you know, it's pretty well, you know, it's just so well taken care of. It's just incredible.
A lot of single track.
Oh,
That
I've
Russ
heard it.
Ennis.
Yeah. You know, I've never met him, you know,
Haven't
I've been a
you?
member of
Oh,
MTVRA forever. So.
I agree. We should just do the partial and I think let's move on. Thanks.
I do have one question here, however. Sorry, did I walk on you?
No.
Okay. How did we manage to score it at 51 if we're all giving it such great kudos? What happened?
It's motorized.
lack of detail just because they
Lack
don't
of
need
detail, you
to.
think?
Yeah.
It seemed like there was a lot of concerns over just kind of the broad application. And I'd say that in general about all these applications that weren't a specific project with a specific kind of story to go along with it, but that were just kind of overarching, seemed to score lower.
Okay.
And things with real specifics scored higher.
Snowmobile grooming would be one. It's just, we're gonna groom X number of miles of trail. We can't tell you how many hours we're gonna spend on what trail, but it's not a lot. Similar, just maintain trail.
Just an observation.
There were reasons.
I'm all for
Yeah, okay.
And back to Friends of the Little Belts, initially that had been the other way around, that it was fully funding trail bike riders and partially funding Friends of the Little Belts, just with the little, well, this would kind of even it out to where non-motorized stuff would also be represented in the Little Belts, and with the proportion of funding going to each organization through TSP and RTP. Seems like it makes sense to partial fund this one, fully fund Friends of the Little Belts.
Works for me.
And what was that categorized as? Was it?
Great Falls Trail Bike Riders is motorized, Friends of the Little Belts was a true elements of both projects.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, City of Hamilton. This was another parking lot project. And this one I liked it in that it was an established park. And the only real amenity in the park was hiking trails, walking trails that were kind of along the river. And I think the situation they have now is that they have a real small parking lot, and then people are parking in the adjacent hotel parking lot. $82,000 and change for making a new parking lot for the park. Seemed like a good project, probably needed. Parking lots are expensive.
It's a parking lot and not a trail, and we've kind of already established that that doesn't, with the current funding, it doesn't pull enough weight. Probably not gonna get funded.
Yeah, kind of middle of the pack scoring. A lot of the comments, you all brought up partial funding. There's a comment about whether funding a parking lot was appropriate for TSP. Any new discussion about parking lots or?
No, I had this and scored lower than the average did, so anyway, so it doesn't hurt my feelings.
Okay. And with all these park ones too, I think there's no an organization or a city would or wouldn't go in that direction, but I think Land and Water Conservation Fund money is an alternative for some of that park-based type of stuff. I'll send out a letter to all these organizations at the end of this and try and recommend future year applications or other funding sources for that type of project. Okay. City of Helena. This is elongating switchbacks on the 2006 trail. I think the situation is essentially when they built the original trail, there was like a strip between mining claims or something like that. And then now they've acquired more property and can extend the ends of the switchbacks out. Seemed like a needed project. Yeah, 17,000 of the Helena area projects. I guess this is one where we really looked at what are we funding in Helena? What's like the weakest link of what's being funded in Helena? And this was it. There is a trail there now that's being used. Not the best trail, but
Yeah, I'm surprised it scored so low. I scored it really high. I know that it serves a lot of people. I don't think there's there's counters on those Helena trails, but yeah, I was surprised that it's like 45th in scoring. Curious why people scored it that way.
I did primarily because the money was going to labor and salaries, or excuse me, to salaries versus actually building.
I didn't score
it. You know, I love the project and I'm biased because I use that trail. But I didn't, the application itself, it scored low on plans. You know, you wouldn't think so. They've got plenty of plans, the city of Helena. Didn't score well on plans, didn't score well on tasks and timeline. Didn't score well on partner benefits, and they could have named a bunch of partners on that one. So actually, as much as I hate to say it, and I love the project, I wish we could fund it, but I had it scored down because of the application again.
Yeah, it seems like there's general concern about funding going towards the employee and crew salaries. And we kind of had that conversation more broadly with the internal meeting. Just on where it's something like City of Helena, if they have those positions on the books, do they need TSP funding to pay for those positions? And I get that probably varies city by city, what some of those positions are working on, but that was something we talked about.
Hey Hunter, I just noticed something.
Yeah.
I had intended to not score this because I had a relationship with the Montana Bicycle Guild, which I guess was involved with it. But it looks like I had an 8 in the column accidentally. So just if you could make sure that that did not get scored.
I tried to, a lot of folks had zeros if they didn't score something, but that's really skewed to averages. So I did try and go through and fix all that, but I can double check right now. That would probably bump it up a little bit if that was wrong.
I would encourage them. Yeah, I would encourage them to apply again or have Prickly Pear partnered with Prickly Pear or even the Bicycle Guild and get the labor and salaries down and use more volunteer labor and, you know, to do this work. I think that they can get this project done probably without this funding. As much as I regret having to say that.
And that did come up in our internal conversations as well, that there is a high likelihood that they figure out how to make it work anyway, the city of Helena, without funding. Which, again, looking at all of the Helena area projects and trying to find a weakest link, it would be great if we could fund all of these, but so have to consider some of those things in the world where you don't have funding for every application.
I think so far you guys have done a good job of that. So I would agree.
Okay. No other thoughts there. We can jump over to Lewis and Clark County. This is a park out kind of in the North Valley, north of the city limits of Helena. We did talk about this one as well when we were having our parking lot conversations. It's for a trail and I think like some benches and stuff and a parking lot. And the partial funding is based on fully funding all of the trail-based work and not funding the parking lot. And the total proposed funding amounts based on how they have that split out in their budget table and stuff.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I know that this area really needs parks, but I like staying true to what we are, which is trail. funding organization.
This was the one that was just north of Helena, right? On the.
Yeah, North Valley, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it seemed like a good.
Okay, Lincoln County. This is the Troy Airport walking trail. Paved walking trail around the airport up there, with connectivity to town and like the Forest Service office there. So this is another paving maintenance project. One of the few that we did recommend funding for. And the partial funding, it's almost full funding, was to fund, I believe, everything but the 7% admin, if I'm remembering right on that.
Well, it's a great project for that area. I mean, Sandra, you know, that whole, count Lincoln County over there needs all the help they can get. Some of the things.
That's exactly what he did.
Was
I
one of
don't-
the talks. So
Yeah,
go
it's a
ahead.
top scoring. I was gonna say that was actually my recommendation as well, was just to fund it, but tap see if they'd take off the admin. So good, I like it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Madison County, this was down in Twin Bridges, I believe, to fix a paved walking trail again, $99,000 application. Let's see what I have here for notes. Just off the top of my head, this one kind of seemed like the application fell flat a little bit. The map they had was really poor, and it was real hard to tell where the trail was.
Did they not say no under partial funding too?
I believe that does sound familiar. Yeah, I believe you're right, Bob. And had a lot of like admin,
Said no,
county
partial
employee,
funding, yeah, just no.
county employee salary stuff on there.
Yeah.
Looked like it scored low with almost everybody.
Yeah, low scoring, no partial funding, encouraged to apply next year. In some of your comments, concerned about the admin costs and fuel costs, things like that, again, like some of that's to be expected, but if we are talking a county government, you'd think some of that would kind of just be general overhead.
I would love for you guys to reach out to them and nurture them through the next process so that they can think about ways that they can improve their grant application, both in terms of how much they're asking for and how they're partnering.
Yeah, that's definitely something I'll do. To give recommendations for applying next year, or other programs as well that could potentially be funding sources. This was one that the internal committee felt bad about funding, especially being in kind of a area of the state that, at least real locally there, doesn't have a lot of other, at least non-snowmobile trail projects in this cycle anyway. Just between the scoring and comments, seemed like a no fund on that one.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Malta Trails. This was one of the highest scoring applications for both the stack and my internal committee. Lots of positive comments on it. $100,000 to turn a historic bridge into a walking bridge and to do maintenance on a parking lot and trails adjacent to the bridge and going through town and out to some ball fields and stuff, I believe.
Great project, yeah.
Their location in Montana.
Ties in with MDT rest area, so there's restroom facilities and everything right there, and it was, the whole thing was just well laid out. I liked it.
I thought their application was exceptional.
Yeah, they did a great job.
I'd
I
agree
feel like,
about
I feel like we should write them a thank you note.
I think they went kind of
Easy.
above and beyond on a lot of the sections, like their project timeline and stuff was extremely well laid out. I also thought it was neat how they were incorporating kind of the Malta Brew Fest idea into making the project happen and doing additional fundraising through that. A couple things on that one. Somebody in one of the comments talked about the bridge, at least with the current access they have being a dead end. So you could walk across the bridge, but couldn't go on past that. And when I think of this bridge project, I think of the bridge in Fort Benton, which is very much the same way. As far as TSP trail funding, do we all feel good about funding a walking bridge like that?
Well, it's an existing
Well,
historic structure. It goes a
And it
little
may
further.
not lead to nowhere forever. Like I know Fort Benton is planning to do a huge park on the other side if they can acquire the land. So the bridge may not just, plus bridges are cool. People love to be on.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, but
I'd agree with that too, even though it's currently would be a dead end. I'm sure a ton of people will walk it just because it's a neat thing to walk.
Doesn't hurt that it's in Malta either.
Yeah.
there you go.
Good Eastern Montana project. Okay, Missoula County Parks and Trails. This one's a Sealy Lake project. There's a little park in town with a pond with a trail around it. They're wanting to take up the old paved trail and put down a gravel trail. And they were also asking to build a shed, but they mentioned storing a lawnmower and like a I don't know, Zamboni or something like that to prepare the pond for ice skating is what they were talking about storing in the shed. So partial funding based on funding all the trail stuff and not funding the shed. Any thoughts, sir?
I think that sounds consistent with how we've been not funding park amenities and focusing on the trail, but yeah, they had a good application. Sounds good.
On a trail like that, I think removing, I mean, I know paving is good, but you know, going to gravel on that, maybe lower the cost of maintenance later on might be a good idea.
The tree roots, I think, are what crossed my mind, because they don't quit growing. So you can just keep paving, but it's not gonna get you anywhere, so gravel, at least, you know, you aren't paying a lot more, but.
Okay. Missoula Snowgoers Snowmobile Association, wanting a little over $33,000 for snowmobile trail grooming. A good motorized application, recommending fully fund.
I agree.
Yeah.
Missoula City Parks and Recreation Department, $77,000 project for doing asphalt maintenance on, I believe this one's a trail kind of in the lower end of the Rattlesnake, paved hiking trail on the lower end of the Rattlesnake. And this one we kind of went round and round on. I can't recall where we were at with scoring on this one, but of all the Missoula Central projects. It seemed like others stood out as being better projects. I think one of our top scoring projects was another Missoula project. So given the cost, and we've had some paving conversation already. Open to,
I'd like to speak to this one because it's in my neighborhood. And they've
Yeah.
applied for this grant for 4, well, ever since I've been on this, on the committee. So what is this, my 3rd year? They've applied and they've been denied every year. I will say their application was missing some things. This is probably one of the most used transportation recreation corridors in the city of Missoula. It's through Greeno Park. So we get a lot of students that use this, a lot of families. I just wish they could do better on their application. But it is really, truly, really needed asphalt. It's kind of like what Christy was talking about with the cracks and stuff. These have root thrusts. People riding their bikes too fast get thrown all the time on the roots that are popping the asphalt. It's just, I would like to see this project get funded eventually because they keep applying and they keep getting denied year after year after year. So I'll leave it at that.
With this project?
Part of it is on partial funding, they said no. I understand why.
Yeah, it's hard to partially
You
pay.
can't do one top end and not the bottom end, just mobility, the mobilization costs probably.
Yeah.
Eat that live.
Yeah, that probably hurt them when they put that in there and then it, you know, and then their location and the scoring and a no, yeah. It's a nice area.
Oh, yeah, it is. And I kind of have to keep my mouth shut because I've got a lot of good friends that are part of that department, like the director, so.
I do.
It's a great park. I mean, it is, but it's truly like that trail because the road above the park has no shoulder. And so it is truly a corridor where people are walking, running and biking. And it's the way that people that need to either get downtown just to work, school, everybody uses it, as well as, you know, just casual people out walking their dogs or with their kids in their strollers or whatever. It's, you know, they need to put some trail counters on it because I bet it would blow your minds how many people use that trail every day, all day, every day, all seasons.
Jenny, I'm just curious, do you
What's the
know if
city
they've
of
ever
Missoula?
applied to TA funds for something like this?
I don't think they've to transportation alternative funds. I don't know that. I don't know. Yeah.
I'm just curious if they've had a hard time getting through our programs. I don't think they've applied to RTP with this project, but TA funds, supposedly, anything eligible for an RTP grant is eligible for a TA grant. So I don't know if that might be something to throw at them to see, hey, have you tried these funds, if they haven't already.
Yeah, I don't know if they have or not. I just know I've seen this one come up 3 years in a row here.
Where's the city of Missoula, I wonder, but maybe they'd be able to help some, but
I also encourage Donna at Parks and Rec to improve her grant applications for this project. So maybe I spoke out of turn, but you know, that's why they're not getting them is because they're not showing pictures of how bad it is and they're not giving the trail counters counts, things like that. So there are things they could do to improve the application. I get that, but it truly is something that this this program is perfect for a project like this.
I think if they were able to figure out a way to break this out in partials, they would have got some funding. Instead of
It's-
just a pat. No.
It's just that it's so confined in space, it doesn't make any sense to do it in partial. It's like,
Well, you can't do
Three-
it, partial and
Yeah.
paving just don't go together, those two words.
I think that's probably one
Yeah.
of the base reasons why it's been denied year after year though.
I think it's been denied because of the poor quality of the application. And it did get better this year, but in past, it just scored really low because I think they had a maintenance worker writing the application, not actually a park staff person. That's my take on it. I completely my own opinion. I didn't find that information out from them. But it just was poorly done. And then at least this year I was encouraged that it was a little bit better, but then I'm looking back at my notes and it's like, where's the the timeline is missing. They left whole sections out. I'm frustrated, obviously.
There are a lot of projects that I was really rooting for the applicant, but they just simply were not responding to the questions and it just wasn't a responsive application. And it's unfortunate, but I mean, that's how we're scoring them, is based on the rubric,
But they
so,
wrote.
yeah.
I
The
agree.
planning section,
I don't care where
even
this is.
say in the question about the score planning, that's kind of like a freebie that the score could be used for that planning section, for applicable plans, for every application we have here. But there were some that didn't use it or any other plan.
I guess one thing, I don't know, I still look at the municipality aspect of it and I don't know if that, you're looking at, Missoula, Billings, where you see a lot of them, Helena, Hamilton. Those kind of things are, and I guess it's in there that, that a town or a city can put in for some of that, but, where's their obligation in this too, as part of a city park and, and part of what their Parks and Recs department's for too.
At least this one isn't asking for salaries though.
Well, they're not asking for city salaries, you're exactly right, so that's good.
But I think they are like the municipality ones, like they are putting forth either the match or a lot of the labor. Where like for some of the applications, like the match is coming from the feds, for instance. So there's kind of like a unique combination on all these different ones where I wouldn't say let's rule out municipalities just because they need some extra funding to maintain their system, like I think at least for Billings, and I'm sure a lot of the other municipalities are really struggling to fund and develop their park systems. So they're looking for grant applications.
Well, yeah, they've also got grant writers basically on staff, and so then they'll write grants for, I'm not saying for everything, but I mean, they write a lot of grants, so that is something what their job is. I just you don't see any volunteer work or anything like that goes into them, or any of the other things that I tend to, I don't put a lot of weight into that when your guy's grading, but you like to see some volunteer work out there. You like to see some, somebody else with skin in the game, some donations, some things like that. Not just we're gonna seal coat, do this, we're gonna hire an asphalt contractor and do this. So.
Yeah.
I think for urban trails in a lot of ways, like something like this, though, there's
It would be hard to do.
There's no Friends of Greeno Park group because it's, so there's the Friends of the Parks, yes, but it's hard to do more on these kind of urban trails, whereas you really get a lot of partners and volunteer labor on more of the trails. So. But I thank you for letting me rant about this one. I appreciate that. And I will go with what the staff is recommending with a heavy heart.
They need your help.
Just an idea, potentially for a future year. It seems like there's a lot of these paving projects are kind of more expensive municipality type projects that maybe one year, next year, it could be just a year in the future, we make that one of the focal areas. And just as a staff, prioritize projects like that. And that could be somewhat done through the guidelines and application periods just said our focus this year is like trails that provide connectivity between the urban interface and public land, or just something to think about.
I love that idea. Like every, like alternate years, maybe where you're focused on. For every 3 years, you kind of rotate your prioritization areas because there's backcountry trails, there's the urban trails, and then there's the kind of in between with connector systems. That's an interesting thought.
I do think we'll still also come down to funding more less expensive projects or fewer more expensive projects, and just unfortunately the way it is, doing those pavement maintenance projects is expensive.
Well, I could go on about that topic, but I won't.
Okay, let's move on to Montana Night Riders Snowmobile Club. Snowmobile trail maintenance. $50,000 for winter trail grooming. And we're recommending fully fund. Pretty straightforward snowmobile trail application.
Well, I don't think it wasn't for winter trail grooming.
There were a few like that.
I don't know, this is that Montana Night Riders bunch. This was
Yeah.
up there in that
Whoever those
northwest
people
corner.
Oh, comment.
This was brushing, grading, dust control, and rock
For
slide.
the record, I was not involved in writing.
It was existing trail marks, but it didn't.
Mark was not involved in it either.
Oh,
In
yeah.
Mark's defense.
Yeah, this was brushing and grading and stuff. It was, wasn't all grooming.
Okay, thanks for that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Yeah. UTV, it's still motorized, and I still think it's a good project and we should fund it, but it would be, but it's trails, yeah.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
Montana Snowmobile Association. This is a bit of an interesting one. They did a very similar application last year. But essentially it's to create a funding pool that Montana Snowmobile Association can then supply out to a lot of the smaller local clubs and organizations. This year's, I think they were focusing on like emergency grooming. So if a club didn't have the funding to groom their trails as much as they needed to be groomed, the Montana Snowmobile Association could provide more funding for groomer hours for them. We're recommending fully fund with this one. Based on the grant that they got last year, they're on track to use, they received $100,000 last year as well, and they're on track to use all of that.
It was a real saver for us. We had horrible groomer issues, and it was really nothing that could be foreseen. It wasn't a lack of maintenance or anything, but we had groomer breakdowns at the start of our snowmobile season and used up a lot of funds to get things back up and running again. 2 of the 3 groomers were down. We have 2 of them. We have 1 of our own and 2 others, and then but anyway, we used up a lot of our funds, and yet we were still able to groom. So it's a good program.
I'm curious, Hunter, how do they show receipts? How does that work on your end? That you know that the money is going to pay those local clubs? for
Yeah,
reimbursement?
so most of it's groomer hour logs. So we have sheets and they'll send in like 40 hours at a time or sometimes more than that, but send in the groomer logs, which is something the operator fills out when they're out there grooming. And they're fairly detailed. Usually they'll have some notes like cut 2 logs out of the trail and then the mileages and names of the trail they groomed. So those are attached. I think I've only had one from them that's been for anything but groomer hours, and that was just some repair stuff on one of their machines. And I talked to Seth quite a bit about all the snowmobile stuff. When I get claims in, I'll usually ask him. He's definitely more in tune. Seth MacArthur is in charge of the state snowmobile program. But he's definitely more in tune with like the active what's going on the ground with that. So if I have a question, I'll just take the groomer logs and say, hey, does this look right? Or somebody said this about one of the snowmobile trails on a groomer log, what's going on up there type of stuff.
Those logs have been cleared by the state auditors too. They come in and do an audit of the books. I don't know when the last time was. They used to do it about every 3 years. And that was part of our documentation I used to manage the snowmobile program too. So that was part of our documentation. So it satisfied the state auditors.
It's good to know.
This money too, though, has helped out a number of clubs, like the Troy Snowmobile Club was very small and wanted to do more grooming, but was never able to get any funding, more funding through the snowmobile program. So some of these funds help out some of these smaller clubs and newer clubs that want to do more and have the capabilities to do more for their areas. And so it's been very beneficial for these areas. And I think like the Troy Snowmobile Club, for instance, they didn't even have a state-owned groomer at all, and they were grooming and making snowmobile trails up in that neck of the woods for visitors and residents alike. So
Yeah, it was really good for the community because they get quite a few, that whole Haugen and Troy area gets a lot of Spokane, Coeur d'Alene use of coming over, people staying and spending money and doing things. It's been good things.
I appreciate not having to read all those small clubs grant applications, so to say. But a question about, like, if there's money left from this year, then will it roll into being available along with this additional $100,000 for next year? So say they're, they have $10,000 left at the end of the season. Will they get 110 next year?
Well, so they got 100 through their 2024 grant application. So that's tied specifically to that application. And this, if we award it, would be an additional 100. My recommendation to them would be that they finish using the 2024 grant. I think that'll happen no problem this winter. If it doesn't, the start of their season next fall, my recommendation would be that they'd finish that one first, and then that grant could be closed out. And if this one's awarded, then they'll just have this one to work with.
I understand everybody's talked really highly about this. I personally don't understand kind of the setup of this. It seems really different than a lot of these other ones here. Like, for example, if we were to have some kind of like non-motorized statewide club that said, hey, we're gonna go for a grant that has this pot of money, and then if a certain area of the state has a giant windstorm and there's a bunch of downfall on the trail, and that particular area that maintaining that trail couldn't afford to do it, we're going to throw this extra money in from the statewide organization. Is that something that would be acceptable to us to do?
I feel like we'd certainly entertain it in the same manner that we're entertaining this.
I don't think it's much different than the Friends of the Little Belts in a way.
Well, that's the other one.
Because they're doing non-motorized and motorized components to clear the trails in a way. And this is really grooming snowmobile trails in the winter. That gives it an opportunity to go to other places that maybe can't get it otherwise, right? So.
Well, the MTVRA one too it covers multiple forests all over the state. The specific trails aren't identified, but it's kind of that way too. Yeah, go out and do good.
It just seems like a lot of our questions, like in the application, are about, okay, give us specifics on what part of the trail you're working on. Give us specifics on the conditions of the trail. How wide is it? How long is it? And then like here we say, oh, you don't have to do any of that. We're just going to give you this money to back up these other organizations. So
you know what prompted this was Idaho has a trail maintenance program. I think it's funded primarily out of their OHP program.
Yep.
Yeah, and they actually hire. I think they used to have 2 bikes and 2 people. Now it's 4, isn't it?
I think it's 4.
And they work the state, and it's funded out of a state grant. It's kind of like this one in the MTBRA is. So this And the MTVRA one was the idea was kind of stolen from Idaho.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Wyoming does it too.
Oh,
Wyoming's
do they?
same
Didn't know
thing,
that.
yeah.
And I'm not trying to be contrary. I'm just trying to understand kind of for my brain, the way this works and, kind of what's acceptable, what's not acceptable.
And I had scored very similarly, like those two applications really low, only because like I couldn't understand what the scope was. So it
Yeah.
was like, I felt like it was awarding money for a nebulous like
Yes,
redistribution of money.
That's where I was.
And so and I had scored them low as well for the same reason, because it didn't seem to like fit the rubric in the way the other ones were. I mean, I understand the benefits you guys are saying, and it does sound like it's beneficial, but that's why I had scored those and the MTVRA pretty low as well.
And we've had a few others, the backcountry or the Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation. This year it was a little different, but they've generally put in, every year they put in grant applications for a broad arena of the Bob Marshall Wilderness Complex, without a great deal of specifics.
Yeah, and I scored a lot of those non-motorized ones low too, because it was like, well, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, yeah.
You're gonna decide after you get the money?
Yeah.
Like that didn't seem to me to fit the same rubric. So
agree.
I had both a lot of non-motorized and motorized ones like that I scored low, because it sounded like there's plenty of work to be done, but I didn't know what it was.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I had scored them low.
Yeah, I think I said this earlier, but just once I got your scores and put them into averages, looking at it in different ways, it did seem that the more specific the project was, the higher it scored, as generally speaking. And these broader applications, without that specific trail or specific project and story to go with it, didn't score as well. Which it could be like we need a couple of different application questions. Could be a way to try to address some of that, just an idea. I don't know if that would help or not.
Well, if the specificity isn't important to whether we're gonna award it or not, I mean, maybe we don't ask about that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is important. I think it's just the ones that the motorized one, the pool of money is so big that seems like they'll get.
Well, I
awarded anyway.
don't know that the pool of money is that big or what.
Well, compared to the number of applications, I
To the
know.
number of
Yeah.
applications.
So it doesn't dock you as much, I guess, it's, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, we don't get any, or.
There's not as much competition.
Yes,
for
yeah,
motorized
yeah.
applications.
Yes, that's a better way of phrasing it.
And we don't ever say that an application's non-responsive, do we, and just disqualify them?
What do you mean by that? Like the.
Well, I mean, someone could like say, okay, usually everybody that submits for motorized gets it, so let's just go ahead and not really answer the questions, we'll just throw it in because we're gonna get money. This is a hypothetical, I guess.
We actually have not funded.
Okay, okay.
In the past, because they just kind of wrote it off.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess sometimes it's hard to tell whether a poor application is because of just negligence putting it together, or just the time and ability of the person putting it together. I guess the way I looked at all of these was that they were done in good faith. But one of the lowest scoring applications was a snowmobile one. It might have been Beaverhead Snow Riders. I'm not positive on that, but it was one of the lowest scoring applications we had. And it was missing stuff, like there were parts of it that were like short answers weren't done real well. That's one to me, it scored very poorly, but the project description, what they were wanting to do seemed good. Their ask was, if it is that one I'm thinking of, their ask was very low.
Very small, yeah.
Yeah, it was like $4,000 or something.
Well, I don't want to derail this, I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand it.
Was that?
No, it's a good question. It's a good question.
But it sure was more of a.
But it was.
I would also there's a lot of like history and context behind, I think, like the Montana Snowmobile Association's applications. There's a lot of talk about, there's a lot of small clubs that don't even have really the admin support to be able to apply and manage a fund grant like this. So there's a lot of like those background conversations about how can we get funding to these little clubs across the state, and this seemed like one of the best ways to be able to do that based on what's available and what kind of, admin support, volunteer, et cetera, there is. So not to say one way or another, just like some background where this conversation came from.
Yeah, good point.
Thank you.
Okay. Good conversation though. I feel like that is something to think about just in general. They're mostly motorized, but how also non-motorized too, how we want to look at those less specific, more broad ranging applications. Where we're going to be potentially with new legislation, having equipment funds, that's something I've been thinking about is if we're funding equipment purchases, we need to look at how those are being used, and we might have even more of these kind of broad ranging applications. If someone like MTVRA is applying for like a trail dozer or something like that, we'd want that trail dozer to be maintaining trails as much as it could be, which would probably mean potentially it would be going like all over the state or that's just an example, but good. Montana State Parks Foundation. This one was for accessibility audits and work at several different state parks, kind of in mostly southwestern Montana or
regions 1, 3, and 4.
Regions 1, 3, and 4.
Scored pretty high and had ability for partial funding, but didn't get any.
Well, and this was one that is kind of interesting. So they actually reached out during the application period to ask if the audits would be eligible or not. And Beth and I kind of gave them an answer that they probably wouldn't be eligible because it's kind of like the design work sort of conversation, where it wasn't actually on the ground work, more somebody coming in and making recommendations. So when the application came through, most of the cost was still those audits, and then they added in the MCC core labor to implement the audits, which I think the project's good, like the idea is good. The main thing I'd probably say on this one is apply again next year, because if that piece of legislation passes, then there'd be an allowance for the design of this. It, at least the way I saw it, can't really be partially funded because they need the audits to do the work, so.
It's a good explanation. Thank you.
Don't they get administrative? Isn't there, what's the percentage for administrative fees that you can? 7%, and that can't cover their audit stuff?
I believe their audits were like over 60,000 to the grant application. It was a lot.
Audits are a lot, and you know, they have to do it from, just takes a lot of time. Consulting services.
And I guess that admin money too, the intent of that is like the cost of somebody to do the bookkeeping or cost of somebody getting Excel or something like that to keep their books or that sort of thing, somebody to manage the grant. We don't ask about what it's used for. We say that in the guidelines that they don't have to submit receipts for it or anything like that. But probably wouldn't want people claiming admin to fund things that the grant program otherwise wouldn't be able to fund. Okay, any other thoughts on that one?
That makes me a little sad. I wish we could have funded it, but I understand where you're coming from there.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think that one's just a strong, like, keep doing what you're doing, apply next year. hopefully, that piece of legislation pans out and we'll have the ability to do things like that.
I think it will.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it.
Barely made it out of the community. Said it barely made it out of the community. Your friend.
Yes, I know, that's what I heard, but I talked to him after the fact. He buys it now.
Good.
He did well.
I was worried I was gonna, he's my legislator, I was gonna email him, so.
Okay, Montana Tech. So these are trails, off of Montana Tech's campus in Butte. I think one of them goes up to a hill, it's kind of right above the campus, if I'm remembering right. It was essentially a project to work with. Looked like there's a lot of social trails in the area already, and it's several professors, I think, working with student volunteers to kind of more develop that trail system and create actually defined trails.
The trails are defined in there. It's just a useless trail, not worth the money to put a little section of a connector trail. You can walk down the hill 250 yards and get on a dedicated trail. So, 250 yards up, you're just on another one up there.
What are you talking about? Yep.
Seemed like with the stack comments on that one, there is a bit of concern about the salaries and indirect costs. And it was lower scoring in general and amongst the Butte projects, Butte area projects was lower scoring.
Yeah, don't fund it.
I'm good.
Man.
That's one that like, there's nothing, it didn't, at least that stood out to me, there's nothing inherently wrong with it, just in the scope of things this year. Wanted to say to apply next year. Okay. Montana Trail 406 Association. Somebody spoke for this one this morning, but essentially this is to create a campsite in the town of Highwood for people using the Montana 406 trail, which is a north to south hiking route across the state of Montana. It's kind of, I thought it was kind of neat that it's the only kind of long trail, especially like non-public land-based long trail project in our applications this year. It struck me as kind of an odd project when I first looked at the application, but made more sense when I thought about it. $7,000 recommendations to fully fund.
My only concern was having a campsite with no restrooms facilities, and we addressed that through the question period earlier when she was on, and that's my concern with it.
Are campsites eligible?
Well, and that's what we want to consider. Trailside amenities are eligible.
Yeah. I'm from Highwood. It's a town of probably 100 people, 125 maybe. This would be a great project for this little commercial club group, I think, and giving an amenity to trail users for the 406 trail and the Lewis Park Bicycle Trail would be awesome. It's honestly something that I've asked the community of Highwood to do for years and years. So I was surprised when I read the application because I didn't know they were submitting, even though I even have family members that are involved with the commercial club there. So if you have any questions, let me know, but I think that having a little tiny community come together and want to encourage active and adventure travel through their community is a really great thing.
And I guess something that they called out in their application is that this trail goes through the Highwood Mountains, which is Forest Service, and then heads north towards Fort Benton, and there's really very little to no public land between the Highwoods and Fort Benton. So on this, trail route, which is a hiking route across the state of Montana, there's really not a good spot for those people to camp anywhere in there. So I guess when I first started reading the application, I thought, how are they gonna make sure this is, or how can we make sure this is just a trail project and there's not some other use for this, which I guess we have to take them for their word on, but for the 406 trail, it seems like there's a clear benefit.
When you were reading earlier what things were not eligible, didn't you say pavilions?
I've just had that open here, let me pull it out. So for eligible project types, the one that is most applicable here would be construction and maintenance of trailside and trailhead facilities, included but not limited to bridges, fencing, parking, bathrooms, latrines, picnic shelters, trail signs.
Those are,
so those are eligible.
oh, okay.
Trailhead and trailside facilities. And then ineligible is facilities, shelters, toilets, picnic tables, benches, etc., located in a park or other setting which are not clearly and solely for the benefit of trail users. So I guess as far as the eligibility conversation goes, would campsites behind the Highwood Commercial Club be clearly and solely for the benefit of trail users?
I think this is a really interesting discussion and like cool either way. And knowing that if you do fund it, it sets a precedence moving forward. I think it's cool.
I
That's one of
think
the-
that it would be pretty watched over by the community. They have active people in town that would be watching over and making sure that, because you got the senior center, the school, they're working down at the commercial club all the time. So I think that they would keep a pretty close eye on making sure that it was people on the trail, non-motorized users.
I don't think that that's the question as much as would it be trail users or would it be available for others that just want to stop and camp? Because if that becomes the designated use, then it doesn't follow the rules of TSP.
Right.
I
So
see.
the access agreement on this one is between the Highwood Commercial Club and the Montana Trail 406 Association.
Okay.
Does look like the gentleman that spoke for it this morning is on too.
Yeah, can I just try
Go
to
ahead.
clarify those things? And thank you, Jenny, for always standing up for Highwood. It's as the gentleman spoke just a moment ago, the last point that you can publicly camp along the trail going eastbound on the Montana Trail is at Thane Creek, and then it's 40 miles of either mountain biking or hiking to Fort Benton. And so we don't want to develop something in these small towns that compete with any business in town. So if there was some commercial place where these people could camp or hike or camp or stop between Thane Creek and Fort Benton, where it joins the Wild and Scenic, the routing, we wouldn't be pursuing this. But we're working very closely with the Commercial Club of Highwood. They've been very specific about it. There is no notable place unless you hike or walk into this place for somebody to drive up and camp. It's just not that the location wouldn't be conducive if somebody was driving through Highwood to stop and camp there. And we'd also put signage. We plan to have signage there that stipulates it supports the Montana Trail and the Lewis and Clark bike route through there. We were very aware of what could be construed as opening a public campground for the general public, and that wasn't our intention, nor is it our intention going forward. And I represent the Montana Trail, not the commercial club, but we're working very closely with them. They're the ones we have an agreement with on it, and we're hoping that we can. Right now, there's no shelter there. There's a place for them to camp designated, and we've already got some other grants, small grants from local, to do some infrastructure there to make it more conducive for them. But the intention is not to open it to people driving through or hunters that are up there during hunting season. It's a short season. A hiking and biking season is very short in Montana, so maybe mid-April to September, and that's what we envision. I hope that helps, and it certainly meets what your goal is to broaden the spectrum of these programs to smaller communities out east. And we're looking at doing the same thing in some of the smaller communities along the Missouri River out east that have no commercial place for campers. So I think this is like our test case to see if we can meet your requirements, and develop some projects that support trail users in eastern Montana. And I'll let it go.
Okay, appreciate it.
Can I ask a real quick question? On the maps, it's hard to tell, like, what is the distance from this campsite to the trail?
I believe it goes right through Highwood.
You're muted, Marty.
The trail comes in off of Dunbar, which is Highwood's very small, as Jenny said. And so it's probably half a mile from where the trail actually hits the town up until the campsite. And then exiting, it's probably less than that. It's 400 yards to you head toward Fort Benton up on the Bench Road.
Thank you.
So how does everybody feel on that one?
Not gonna bankrupt this, let's do it.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Montana Trail Vehicle Riders Association. We've already talked about this group several times with other applications. Any further thoughts on them? We did have a good word from Seth MacArthur on just that the similar work they've done through the state OHV program has been real successful, and they've managed to do it. They say they're going to do every time they've gotten funding through them. Okay, moving on. Mountain Bike Missoula. This was to develop 4 trails on Marshall Mountain, which is fairly close to Missoula. Dedicated mountain bike park, $100,000 project. And we said no funding for that one. Again, kind of going back and looking at the spectrum of the 3 kind of dedicated mountain bike projects. This one was, I believe, the lowest scoring, or it was right there, pretty close anyway, for these 3 mountain bike projects I called out earlier. And then also amongst the direct Missoula area projects, seemed to be a bit of a weak link given some of the other Missoula area projects being funded.
Again, it's interesting. I scored this super high. Does everybody know what the background is about Marshall Mountain? Yeah. The community coming together.
I do not.
It was a shared purchase, so it was a privately owned ski area, and the county and the city jointly own it, and the county manages it. And while it's a lot of its primary use is mountain biking, it's also highly used for cross-country skiing. and hiking, and hosts a lot of summer youth camps. So I would say hundreds and hundreds of kids use it in the winter and the summer for Parks and Rec camps and school outings.
There's just a fun note to throw out there, because I think I was supposed to send it to you guys, and I forgot. But if you Google or YouTube MTB, they had an RTP grant last cycle as part of Marshall Mountain to do some accessibility trails for biking and whatnot and hiking. And they did a really, really cool video after that project was complete about the trail and the area and everything. So I should try and remember to throw it at you tonight, tomorrow morning, or maybe take a look. It's just a really cool video of the area, if you haven't seen it.
So the other, of the 3 mountain bike projects that you looked at, so 2 of them were in the Flathead then and 1 was in Missoula?
No, one Flathead area mountain bikers, this mountain bike Missoula, and then the Dirt Concern, which is down by Bozeman.
Okay, so the Dirt, okay.
And they didn't do another RTP grant this year, the way it looks.
I don't know why it's escaping me, but I do not believe they submitted an RTP project this year. I'm sure they're trying to flip flop between the 2 programs.
Okay.
That's what I did.
And this is what, about the second or third year that this coalition's been together, right? It's a new one, right?
Oh, no, mountain bike was,
No, I'm talking Marshall Mountain. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
They just came together in the last 2 years.
It hasn't been that long.
It's been in the works for many, probably about, I think it all started coming together around COVID. And then went into full city county ownership about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And has been being used by Mountain Bike Missoula and by city parks and recreation for their youth camps. As well as there's a youth mountain biking group that uses it heavily for camps, weekly rides, and for races. And they probably get, I don't know, upwards of 10,000 people using the park, whether it be kids or adults, just in the summer alone, I would think. So I missed a little bit of the meeting earlier. I really hate to do this to you, Hunter and Stephanie, but I'm curious why you're not, what was the internal process for, if you can summarize it quickly without taking too much time, why you're not looking at mountain biking as a, or why you're not funding these?
Yeah, I don't think that's it at all. I guess in our internal panel, what I brought to that internal panel, I guess, had one of the mountain bike centric projects being funded and the other 2 not. And in our discussions, we kind of called out like, hey, we've got like 3 real dedicated mountain bike projects. How do we equally distribute the funding between the 3 of them? And ended up partially funding 2 and not funding 1.
But aren't usually mountain bike trails also used in other uses? For example, this is Marshall's used in a great deal for, and this is I remember correctly, this project was for more accessible, making more accessible opportunities for people in the beginning levels. So I'm curious why the staff chose this one to not fund.
Well, there's 3 different levels. It has advanced and intermediate, and intermediate level, lower bike one, additional route.
Right. Would it
And
be something that we
level.
could look at for partial for at least the lower one to make more accessible?
We can
just-
certainly talk, about it. I think what you're asking is pretty fair.
They did say they would accept partial funding and it would help the lower base area loop.
I mean, we don't single out hikers as a unique user group.
And so I really want to stress that we were not singling out mountain bikers for less funding. It just came down to different ways to look at different applications. And as a user group, we had three applications that stood out as these are primarily like for the mountain bike user group.
Yeah, the tough thing is they're all pretty much asking for $100,000,
Yeah.
but at the same time, they all ranked in the top 20. So
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah. Yeah, it does feel like I know you're saying you're not singling them out, but it does feel that way. I mean, when you point it out that way, it makes us all think that way. So. I would like to see this at least be considered for partial for that lower accessible trail.
I'm having a little bit of a slow burn with the justification of there's two other mountain bike systems, if you want to call it, are funded, therefore let's not fund the third. But Montana's this big.
right.
And you're not, I mean, it's not like you're riding your road bike from point A to point B. You're not riding your mountain bike from point A to point B. So I do have a problem with you, Jenny, that Missoula is not getting any of this money.
There's 21,000 from the Scotchmen's that we said no to.
So, and all three of these ask for 100,000. And we're saying, okay, give the other two 40 apiece. And if we have 20 from Scotchman, now we got 100, divide that three ways.
Well,
Instead of going 40, 40, nothing.
Well, and we have several that are ranked even lower. I can't tell off the bat yet if they're motorized or non-motorized, but that we're getting full funding because they're asking for smaller amounts. There might be even more that we could.
I'm just throwing mountain biker
Yeah.
thing out there. If it's all,
Yeah.
if it's all in a pie, there it is, divide it up.
and I guess it's
Simple
more, it's
reasoning.
more that we need to figure out how to spread the funding around that we have was more of what our conversation was.
Yeah.
And then in our internal committee anyway, we said, wait a minute. And the conversation initially started, it seems like there's several mountain biking ones here not getting funded, which there were only three. Yeah, I'm open to changing that. It's
Like
just
your idea.
our bottom line right now with that Scotsman Peak funding is $1,992,000. And we already talked about putting some of that funding towards Gateway to Glacier Trail.
Gateway to Glacier Trail did score quite a bit lower than the Missoula mountain bike one. They're at a 28 versus an 18 for the Missoula mountain bike. So.
Yeah.
we
I do
ranked it
think. I do think that then you use the scoring as the way to figure out where your partial goes. I agree, that's good, that's a good solution. I do think Gateway to Glacier has received grants every year, I think in the past, since I've been on this committee, so we could encourage them to just bring a stronger application next year.
Hunter, you're looking at the application, I presume now, are you?
I have a spreadsheet up I'm trying to track with, but I can pull up their application.
Well, how much,
I've got it
did
right
they
there.
have a specific amount in there for the base area loop?
I'll look right now and I've got it open right now, so.
I've got a note here, but it doesn't make sense to me, so.
Where am I at? MTV.
They did not break it out.
No, they didn't.
No, they just said base area loop would be the area that they would like to Well, here, let me see if there's another spreadsheet, cost estimate, base area loop right here.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can bring it up.
I've got a note here I copied out, and I'm not sure. It said construction contracts, $17,126 to account for the remaining amount needed for professional trail construction services for the base area loop.
That's their match.
That's the match. Okay, I wondered, that makes sense.
So
The
the
cost estimate's
quote,
like 16 something.
the quote for base
Yeah.
area was $16,238.20.
16,000?
Yeah. That's the quote for the base area loop from the trail contract.
Okay.
So we might be able to fund that base area loop, and with what we didn't give to, if we didn't give that to the other cedar trails, would not get any of their. Anyway.
Sure, I
Works for
think
me,
that's,
the board.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, brought it for a reason.
I know,
Left my damn laptop at home this morning.
Probably the smartest thing you did.
It's gone.
Yeah.
let's, if we have a minute at the end, let's try and go back and look at some of those again. And just based on the conversation, maybe go back and I can pull up and figure out which ones they are pretty easy, but look at the lowest scoring applications that we're recommending for partial or full funding and see if there's anything that can be made up and put towards some of these others there.
Well, yeah. So far, the only fully funded trail that we've done that was just a trail would have been the scratch gravel, the Helena one. That'd be correct. So that will be the only one that'll get the full $100,000. And it scored quite high. But there's always an option for doing something there if they need to spread something around.
For partial funding.
Well, if they, I'm just to put it in line with some of the others. The one that we didn't want to do. That was Friends of Scotchman Peak. Right. Yeah, so that was 21,000.
Yeah.
That would not be funded. And then if there's anything else anybody wanted to do, but.
Yeah. Well, let's move on for now, and we should come back and have that conversation at the end.
So did we decide what we're doing with MTB Missoula?
I have a note saying, consider partial fund, considering funding the base area loop, and we can figure out how to make that work dollar and cents wise, at the end.
Great, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, y'all.
You bet. Prickly Pear Land Trust, the project is to create a trail system in a park they have, a newer park they have over in East Helena. Believe they just acquired the piece of property. $14,980, recommending fully fund.
I think it was just for like 6 creek accesses and, yeah, it was good, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm agreed.
You bet.
I guess I thought it was a good project, just again, like, it came out with a lower score, but we're funding a lot of these smaller ones because they're asking for less money. But they scored lower than some of the ones that were either docking how much we're awarding or not funding them at all, and they scored higher. So I'm
Yeah.
kind of confused by some of how to make some of those decisions, I guess.
Yeah, it's hard because, yeah, you
And by-
look at a 41 score versus. Yeah,
My note on this one was lower scoring, but positive comments from the staff.
I do think one of the things that I like about this project is it is in East Helena, which is kind of a, underserved community as far as trails go. Because Helena has just this plethora of trails right from downtown, whereas East Helena really doesn't have a lot of trail options for people. within that community of East Hill, and it's really cut off by the freeway, the freeways, you know, and the busy roads. So,
And it's connecting communities. The thing that they didn't do a very good job in really explaining was that it connects Helena to Montana City to East Helena. It's a big loop. So it connects 3 communities too. They've been working on this for years. And then it's actually a rehab area. It used to be an old smelter site. And so they've worked it out now to get this trail through that rehabbed old smelter site to connect to East Helena. So there were things left. I didn't score them real as high as I did some others either, even though I know this project. I probably shouldn't even be talking right now. I'm a member of the Prickly Pear Land Trust. So I'll shut up. Sorry, I didn't even think about that.
I think it's
Everything I
good,
just
though.
said is gone.
No, I think it's good though to hear the inside scoop, right? Like, I mean, that's why we all serve on this committee, is because we have different interests and know different parts of the areas and stuff.
So is what Jenny's proposing is it because it's a lower score, potentially we not fund that and use that money for partial funding on another project that might deserve it more, or is that?
no,
what we-
no, I'm not
Okay.
suggesting that.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so leave it as is for now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And I wish I took better notes on that, but there were a few that really stood out to me as being low scoring, but positive comments. So everybody that commented on it had good comments, but the overall score was low. Run Wild Missoula, the next one, was one of our top scoring applications. And this was to do maintenance on the M Trail above University of Montana there. Recommending fully funding that project.
So,
Good application.
perfect.
Yeah. Good. I think they made a persuasive argument that it was the most used trail in the state on that one too. Scenic Montana Trails. This is I believe in OHV one out of Sealy Lake.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's grooming.
Okay, snowmobile trail or snowmobile trail or ski trail? Snowmobile.
Snowmobile. Yeah.
Okay, yep, snowmobile trail grooming out of Sealy Lake, recommending full funding. $100,000 level. Yep. It's definitely one of the high use snowmobile areas in the state. Sealy Lake Nordic Ski Club, cross country ski trails outside of Sealy Lake. And I believe this one, if I'm remembering right, was doing summertime brushing work.
That's our DP.
Recommend fully funding it.
Application.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of positive stuff, comments. Okay, Solway Bitterroot Frank Church Foundation. Primarily wilderness trail maintenance project. Wanting trail maintenance funding, and I'll say we looked at this one and the next one, which is Solway Pindler Backcountry Horseman, kind of together. Yeah, and really the point on picking which one to fund that we used was scoring, although I believe they scored very similar. The Backcountry Horseman was higher.
Backcountry Horseman looks like it was maybe a little bit lower,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, lower.
but they were both lower than some other ones that we haven't funded.
Okay, good to know.
Nice.
RTP was funding a different project in a different area for Selway Bitterroot Frank Church.
So it looks likely,
Again, the so.
although you can't say that yet.
I don't want to spoil.
From talking about the Frank Church Foundation is primarily salaries.
Salaries for a volunteer coordinator. So, yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, $40,000 right now.
Yeah. Whereas the backcountry horseman is all on the ground, it's not salaries.
Right. Okay, so how do we feel about that one?
After that discussion, it sounds what you've got for those two.
Yeah.
Reasonable.
And the backcountry horseman one, yeah, very similar work. Specific trails into some lakes up there. That one, after my initial review of all these applications, kind of pops in my mind because it included a very good news article about some guy going like over all the deadfall, trying to get into one of those lakes to go fishing.
Yeah, they told a good story there.
Yeah, they had
Yeah.
that to their application.
Yeah, I thought it was a great project. Again, the only challenge I'm having with some of these is the lower score that we're funding and didn't fund some that scored higher previously. That's my only challenge, but I thought their application for the backcountry horseman was great.
You know, that's the beauty of this meeting though, you know, these are the scores are averages of all of ours. And we obviously probably didn't agree on some, you know, I might have
Sure.
scored some higher or lower than you would have.
Absolutely.
So that's why we have this discussion around here
Yeah.
to try to work to some kind of a conclusion, I guess.
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't hurt at the end of this. I think we should go back and look at some of the lowest scoring ones that we are recommending for funding and just say, are we sure that's what we want to do?
Yeah, I guess because I'm just not sure like why we would. Like, how is that decision made? Like, I'm not quite following, just being new to the stack, like why would we score something with like a 29 and a 46 and a 41, but not score like an 18 or a 22, I guess, that's what
I have to admit, part of what jumped into my head, that's why I was teasing you a little bit, but when I found out that the Selway Bitterroot Frank Church Foundation has an RTP grant application in, it's a different project, it sounds like. But nonetheless, they're seeking money from RTP. Okay, so maybe we let RTP fund that program, the Selway Pittler, the backcountry horseman, we found out at TSP. You know, I guess that's kind of what jumped into my head is maybe both groups are gonna get funding just out of two different grant programs. Maybe. We'll know more.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that why
I
2 years ago you didn't allow both grants? I mean, I know they're different projects, but like.
We always allow them to apply
You did, okay.
to both programs. So, I mean, from my perspective, I try really hard to treat RTP completely separately from TSP so that every RTP application is getting its own due diligence. With that being said, we can't ignore these facts altogether, especially when we're working side by side. So I think when we go through and score our applications, and as far as my internal committee is concerned, because they're not looking at TSP, and I don't look at TSP applications, I'm not really taking that into consideration when we're scoring. It more comes into play when we're having this conversation here, and then sometimes we determine if that's a factor or not. So if we find like an issue between the two applications, we might address that prior to this meeting. But if we don't see any issues, they're different enough, we go our separate ways, and then we don't really bring those two back together until we're here in the room. So I guess it's something up for you guys to kind of
I just
discuss and decide.
worry that maybe the commitment couldn't be done like we talked about earlier. I mean, if you have two grants, can they, I mean, get it all done in the time frame with the dollars?
Yeah,
versus maybe go to a different group or organization that it would benefit other people.
I think it could go either way. I see lots of groups who have programs through or grants through both, and they're really successful and they get it done and they get the money through the door.
Yeah.
I also see, I totally understand what you're saying. I see the value of like, oh, let's move the funding away. But I guess from just like my perspective, I feel like I have to treat all of my applications with full due diligence. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I appreciate that. I mean, too, it's great that you're just.
Well, another aspect of that, I know we need to get moving, but in fact, let's say West Yellowstone gets a grant from TSP. That can be used as match for RTP, can it not?
Yeah, and that's one of the things that when TSP was like created, they kind of touted, it was like, we can use this as like match to RTP and they can act together. Like,
I think that's why you can apply for both. That's part of the reason, I'm guessing, but
yeah, I think there's some things I think we're still trying to work out, like how do we together to separate or something to that effect. On that note, just FYI, we do need to be out of here by 5. So.
And real quick, I forgot about our afterwards field trip. Christy Drake's phone number is written on the back of one of the pages of the scoring sheet that I gave to Brad. Can we get a real quick head count of who would potentially want a round trip shuttle on the trail that we're hiking?
Would we be leaving and coming back to here, or would we be leaving vehicles at the hotel, or what would be?
So we could leave vehicles at a trailhead and we could go out and back to that trailhead, or Christy is offering to have somebody pick us up and shuttle us back to the trailhead if we wanted to do the whole trail.
Okay, I'm just thinking it was all driving to where.
Where's the closest bar then afterwards?
So actually, I have a map here that has the closest bar marked. There's not one for everybody, but if anybody wants a map.
I'll probably like Walkland Way and get shuttled back.
I'll do the walk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to walk one way and get shuttled?
Anybody want that?
It's a mile trail, so 2 miles to go out and back, 1 mile to walk to get shuttled.
It's right by my house. If I would have known we were all coming, I would have gotten some beer. The nearest bar was at my house. But I had no idea what was happening. I live right off that trail.
Okay, party's over.
That's right. Call my husband.
Yeah.
Go shopping.
Texting.
I know we gotta keep moving, but I share some of your concerns about the scoring rubric. Part of the problem that I ran into as a newbie scoring this is, what is, it's like, okay, exceptional gets a 4 and adequate gets a 3 and almost adequate gets a 2. And, so my idea of exceptional is probably way different than your idea of exceptional and your idea and it's like, what's adequate? Is adequate saying 6 times 4 is 24 and that's good enough? Or is that poorly described? Well, that's either a 0 or a 3, which really skews to me because it's subjective. So to me, the scores aren't as important as the judgment of, number one, is the job getting done that they're laying out? To me, the budget was the most important thing that I looked at, was okay, are we paying people who are already drawing the city salary? To me, that was a negative, but the scoring rubric didn't allow for me to take that into account. So in my mind, there's putting the money on the ground, I guess, that's what's important to me. And not necessarily if you're getting paid to be a city parks planner or whatever your title is, then this money maybe shouldn't be going towards paying you. It should be put in asphalt. That's my judgment on it. So just to speak to your concern, I think I'm hearing what you're saying anyway.
Brad's got a scoring.
It's a little bit more subjective than the scoring rubric really looks like it is to me.
Gotcha.
It's like everything is just a number 4, it's just absolutely awesome, except one thing. They're not gonna, everything, 100% of it goes to salaries. Well, that ruined it for me right there.
Yeah.
So even though it was scored,
But that didn't get to be scored.
And I would say on those of you that commented, there were applications on pretty much everybody's comment sheet that had like real negative comments on maybe a high scoring application or vice versa. And I was trying to take those into account. And a lot of it was stuff just like that, that the scoring didn't capture whatever it was about the project. Sometimes it was just a matter of the cost, like it's a good project, but it's real expensive.
You know, or you obviously have a city project where they've got or whatever, I don't know, maybe it's not a city, but somebody who's a paid grant writer. This is what they do. And they wrote this thing and it's beautiful. And then you got the president of the Montana Night Riders who wrote that one, and it is not beautiful. So, I mean, that doesn't take it into account. So, I don't know, I just thought I'd address maybe
Yeah.
what you were getting at.
Yeah.
'Cause it seemed like the conversation went a different way.
That's something we can talk about at this fall's meeting on if there are any additions or changing to the way we're doing scoring and doing the applications.
About every 2 years that happens. We go over and change the scoring rubric or.
It's gonna have to be if the new law
It's,
comes in, so.
And we're gonna have to rewrite the guidelines and rewrite the application if that piece of legislation passes anyway, so it is a good time.
Right, didn't mean to eat up time, sorry, guys.
No, you're good. We can go into tomorrow morning if we need to. Okay, Silver Crest Trails Association.
Where did we, so we ended up okay with the Selway Bittler and then the Selway Pentler, then, is that where we left everything? I just cleared.
Okay, and whether it's tonight or tomorrow morning, we can go back and revisit some of those lower scoring ones. Sure. Silver Crest Trails Association, this was a real low ask for cross-country ski trail maintenance off of Kings Hill in the Little Belts. Seemed like a pretty easy, good funded, yeah.
Very, very high use. Yeah, it was a good, it was a great project.
That's a good one.
And yeah, I did get a little bit more information on this one because they applied to an RTP. They applied for the RTP grant as well. But I think they're working with they're doing 2 different types of groomings. They're working with the snowmobile club to do full width grooming. And then they have a smaller groomer that's going through and doing the small groomer grooming for ski trail stuff. The full width grooming's a lot less, but just to keep the entire trail cleared out, and then the little groomers for the more routine maintenance. Summit Snowgoers, snowmobile trail application, 30,000 for grooming.
Motorized, so we gotta go with it. Okay.
I did have a question about it and mostly just like for like applicability for TSP. I noticed they didn't use like the groomer reimbursement rates. They had it as a contracted service for 30,000. And so I didn't know if they were required to use the groomer reimbursement rates or if that was optional. I just didn't understand how that worked.
If they're using a contract, and that's probably because they're literally signing a contract with
Yep.
someone else to do it, whereas like if they have their own groomer and their
Okay.
volunteers are using. those
Cool. I just
groomers.
wondered how that worked. Yeah. Perfect.
And I hesitate to say this on some of these because I've been mixing them up, especially these snowmobile ones, because I didn't spend quite as much time on them. But I believe that one is actually a contracted.
It is,
grooming,
yeah.
And
It
think
is.
that
I have their application.
plowing the
Mhm.
parking lot. That's the one that's out of, it's right up by Glacier, isn't it?
Yeah.
Skyland.
It's the Cut Bank Club, but yeah, that's where the groomings of Marias. I think there's only 2 contracts in the state that I'm aware of.
Rick David does that.
Flathead, yeah, you got one, and then the Cut Bank Club.
And I think Rick David does them both, I think. But
Oh, does he? I didn't know he did Cut Bank.
Okay.
Yeah, he does Skyline, yes.
Swan Valley Connections, this one's for, non-motorized trail maintenance. High use wilderness trails. Recommending fully funding just under $50,000.
Yeah.
Did seem like comments were a little all over the place on this one. But overall, it did score well.
Has an education element in it.
I wanted to see what side of the hill it was on. I don't think it was Holland, I don't think it was by Holland Lake, but this was double checking.
I think it's the Mission Mountain.
Yeah, well, the missions would be the other side of the highway, basically.
It said in the Swan front though.
Yeah, Bishop Mountain Swan Trip Front. Trail maintenance.
Yeah, but it says it's Holland Lake area though, and which would be, you know, gets fairly, it's higher use.
Not sure.
The wilderness trails, I guess, I mean, we need those trails and they're important, but you look at the trail counts would be a little bit lower.
They do call out visitor and volunteer education.
Yeah, there are some trails in the Holland Lake area, so it's all on the Holland Lake side. No, there's some on the other, yeah. Cold Creek.
Local and regional
Yeah, this one was a little
volunteers. Trail clearing, trail
All over
maintenance,
the place,
campsite,
yeah.
trailhead cleanup,
But we know that the money will hit the ground.
interface with other users about leave no trace ethics. Promote resource stewardship beyond the life of the project.
What am I doing?
How do we feel about that one?
I'm good with it.
Yeah.
We
I
just
feel all
have
warm
to,
and fuzzy about that one. Thanks for asking.
what was that?
I feel all warm and fuzzy about that one.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just have to look at scores, because if we're coming back to some of them, we'll have to revisit some, yeah, some scores. Anyway, go on, good with it.
Okay, and dirt concern. Building new mountain bike trails on, I believe it's like Bridger Bowl and Crosscut, private property outside of Bozeman. And Bozeman really doesn't have mountain bike trails, or a lot of them are multi-use, so it would potentially reduce conflict. They were asking for $100,000. We've kind of had a little bit of this conversation with some other ones, but are proposing to fund 40 of it at this point.
Yeah, pretty high score, so.
They were one of the higher scoring. Or any thoughts, or we can just go straight to putting a pin in it if we want to go back and look at some of those again.
I think that's where we're at.
That's where we're gonna be, yeah.
Which one are we on?
Yeah, I think we're gonna end up with some more discussion on the mountain.
Oh, this one up here.
Yeah.
So we're about to move on.
Should we see if we can get through the rest of them, and maybe we can deal with that other issue?
Put an
Yeah.
asterisk by it for it now.
That's fine.
Okay, City of Three Forks, this is another pavement crack sealing project. I believe the trails are kind of between the town of Three Forks and Headwaters State Park. Definitely a needed project. It sounds like the pavement is kind of in bad shape out there. $100,000 right now. We have it as a fundo funding. Lots of the same concerns with trail pavement maintenance.
He said he's getting $4 million from FEMA, so maybe you could use a little bit of that.
Oh, there's some.
City of Three Forks.
Yeah, that's what it said in the application.
Oh.
Yeah.
I know that they've received grants every year that I've been on the committee.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that, Bob? I think they get one every year. And I think they've gotten RTP funding, quite a bit of it in the past. I don't know if they applied this year.
Have a note that they're having
Oh, yeah.
a funded project this year, so potentially we'll have a funded project.
Yeah.
I have to,
Go ahead.
Gene Townsend's been the key to that whole project. And a lot of that trail system down there has been built with RTP money over the last, I'd say 20 years, at least 20 years. I don't know. Yeah, and so it is. I have no doubt it needs work, because like I say, it is probably portions of it 20 years old now. But Jenny, you're right, though. They have been in. Gene's come in every year for money to rehab that trail. It's needed, but it's just a matter of.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, I don't want to be you in your office if he finds out he didn't get any money. He has a little bit of a temper on him. Great guy.
This seems like it might qualify for, the RTA, the rural transportation authority or whatever.
You could totally look into it, because I've heard that anything that's eligible for RTP is eligible for TA funding.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, TA funding might be a possibility if there is any.
I think it's a great,
Yeah.
I just have a problem with that math. Number 3, remove and replace damaged trail, 2,400 lineal feet by 8 feet equals 2,400 square feet. No, it doesn't. And it makes that number really, really big. It's not 24,000.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, it is too bad not to fund this because
240,000.
there are, this is it's a great trail system. It's really, really been great for Three Forks, but I think as long as we can encourage them to come back next year, maybe just take a year off.
Well, he's in for RTP.
They always have a good race down there.
Okay.
I like to go to their race. Yeah.
Let's move on then to Travelers Rest Connection. So this is Travelers Rest State Park. It's a nonprofit friends group that's applying for the grant. Wanting to do trail maintenance and then get some like metal interpretive cutouts. I think the trail maintenance, they had like a kind of what was a piecemeal kind of path across an abandoned meander of the river there that somebody put in back in the day. It sounded like it was kind of meant to be a temporary solution and ended up being a lasting solution, but to replace that with a boardwalk bridge type of thing. We had it as fully funded, but then took it down to partial funding to fund all the trail work, but not fund the interpretive cutouts. It took about $8,000 off the ask.
Yeah, it's a bummer not to fund those interpretive cutouts because they're really cool, but I even when I was reading the application, I knew we were gonna need to cut. That's what I was like, oh, this is probably what we're gonna have to cut.
Yeah.
Not necessary.
Yeah. Okay, moving into some of these Forest Service ones, we have Beaverhead Deer Lodge National Forest Dillon Ranger District. This one was for 2.
Did we already do Troy?
We have
Oh,
Troy Snow.
Yeah.
Whoops.
It's there.
Agreement.
Troy Snowmobile Club.
Yeah. It's
Good project, good past performance, snowmobile trail grooming. They've had
Right.
TSP grants before.
Yeah.
If I'm remembering right, that's 2 seasons worth of funding too, so. Okay, Beaverhead Deer Lodge National Forest, trail stewards. This was another elements of both project for motorized and non-motorized trails. Again, kind of broad, was covering basically all the trails in their ranger district. Opting to fully fund that one.
Scored really low.
I had a question because I have like, wait, this project doesn't start until 2026, so it starts the summer of 2026. We really want to fund something that isn't
They
going to start
previously fund-
this year.
So I think I heard something, I could be wrong, but with a lot of times with like federal projects, they have to like get that funding so far in advance before they can like use it, like their timeline for how money and funding
Okay.
and projects works is shifted.
Yeah.
So they're always asking for money quite a bit ahead of time of when they're actually gonna put it on the ground, because there's a whole process involved with putting it on the ground.
Yeah.
And they're hiring too, if we don't get them funding until June. Hiring somebody for this summer would probably be too late at that point.
I know with
Okay.
RTP at least, because we don't sign contracts until July, so it really messes everybody's season up. So it's like, you're not gonna do anything until the next summer.
Okay,
Because
I
our
just wanted to make
procurement
sure
cutoff
that
dates
was
are-
cool.
Our procurement cutoff dates are usually like in mid-June.
Yeah.
So we don't, if we're gonna contract anything federally, we have to have that stuff in. A lot of times we're asked to give a pre-plan, like several months earlier than that even. To say, these are the items that are coming at you, procurement, get ready. And then if we don't meet that, it gets kicked over to the next fiscal, which is October 1st.
And this one was one that was lower scoring, but had a lot of positive comments on it. Maybe one that we want to visit on looking at low scoring applications.
Well, it was an
Yeah.
element of both, right?
Mhm.
So is that category is pretty much also a category where just funding? Because we don't have as many applications, or?
Maybe, I guess the kind of the way I mean, that would be the 40% in the middle. I feel like that's much more of a gray area category. I wasn't necessarily taking a hard look at that as compared to motorized or non-motorized.
Okay.
Anything else to say about that? Anybody?
Yeah, well, I had some, can you hear me? I never know if I have myself muted or not. I guess I had some questions about whether or not the trail stewards could accomplish so many miles in one season. And is it realistic? And you guys have managed these grants, like Stephanie, you don't, RTP, I'm not sure does this kind of work, but is it feasible? Is their project feasible, Bob?
Well, I scored this project low, but yes, it is feasible. It's kind of hard to describe now. I don't have that application right in front of me, and I kept.
I do.
My notes are slim. What'd they say about trail maintenance and rehab specifically?
Project implementation.
360 miles. Yeah, improving backlog of deferred maintenance, improving trail conditions for user safety, improved
Ongoing
stability of trails, cutting logs.
You wanted to go.
That was it.
You wanted the ongoing maintenance and following these, yeah, maintaining it will always require routine maintenance to increase user safety and ensure trails are meeting the standard. It's to help the existing forest staff catch up to deferred maintenance.
Right. These trail steward applications, and I'm just guesstimating here, they probably put in that many miles of trail. Because number one, over the whole course of the whole season, yeah, they could. It might just be involved kicking sticks off the trail. I'd say that, or moving rocks. But I know some of these applications, they'll put down 1,000 miles of trail. And it's kind of like what we've talked about on some of these other grants. They have 1,000 miles in their system and they're gonna do it basic maintenance on as many of those as they can. So, and I don't have that application in front of me, but it could be that.
It very much is just kind of broad.
Yeah,
I think they have their motor vehicle use map and trail maps. It's
Sure,
the
okay.
project area maps.
There's two types of Forest Service grants we usually get, and there's like the specific projects like X, Y, Z, and T trail are gonna get maintained, and then the other kind is we're gonna do our work.
Yeah.
Very, very wide. The wide range ones often score lower than the specific
They'll make a
ones.
statement that they'll collaborate with the USFS and then go wherever the USFS says that they should go.
This one's RTP as well, right?
They applied to RTP for a totally unrelated project, and I do not believe we're gonna fund them.
okay.
I just look at it as with that lower score being a trail project and some of the other scores that have scored a lot better that, I'm not sure why we, I mean, it just apples to apples. Why we'd fund the Forest Service, the USFS instead of other qualified groups.
What are the
Can we-
other two USFS applications for?
This was motorized and non-motorized. Well, that was elements of both and that would play in its favor, but.
We funded last year some.
Oh, yeah.
Same
But
thing.
the,
Sure.
we're on Dillon, right? We're on the Dillon.
Right.
Yeah,
So
It was
they,
almost about 60 trails are gonna.
they don't have RTP this year. The next three do, but RTP is not. They are not asking for RTP this year, just FYI.
We're actually on the Deer Lodge Pintler one though, aren't we?
Oh,
No, we're still.
I thought we were on Dillon.
Okay, my bad.
Oh, I think we're all, I'm confused.
Okay, so that one's specific.
Okay, I'll just put a comment by that one saying low scoring.
Well, there was elements of both, so I don't know if that helps in any way, but anyway, it is.
Yeah. I get, go ahead.
Visit tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll
That's what we're
put,
talking about.
yeah, I'll put low scoring in to revisit it and we can see what's on that lower scoring, but still getting funding list.
Okay. Good, thank you.
Yep. Okay, so Beaverhead Deer Lodge, Pintler Ranger District, yeah, so this one's up between Phillipsburg and Discovery Ski Area. Wanting to create a piece of connector trail, $62,800. We were recommending some kind of partial funding for this one. I hadn't exactly figured out how much yet, but it was for MCC hitches. They were working with MCC to do the work. And I believe had 3 separate MCC hitches. It might have been 4.
So it says full, but you're doing partial?
Dylan.
Yeah, sure.
Yes,
Okay.
partial to be determined how much partial.
Okay.
Yeah, it was because it scored fairly low compared to.
Yeah,
another one of those,
and this one I actually had as a no fund. One of the folks in my internal review panel, I guess, was familiar with the area and kind of familiar with what they were asking for. They did a very poor job explaining it in the application, but essentially there's not great Forest Service access out of Phillipsburg. And this would provide that connectivity and access out of Phillipsburg to the Discovery Echo Lake side of the mountain is the way it was explained to me. That information definitely wasn't clear in the application, so that might be a factor in that discussion of whether we even want to partially fund it.
I would say we have so many above that we've scored higher that we haven't funded or have only partially funded that I would not be in favor of funding something that scored that low.
I think that they did say they could cut it to 1 MCC crew, so if we did decide to just do it partial, there is definitely a way you could do the partial. I did get the connection, maybe mostly because I'm familiar with that area. Maybe they didn't describe it in the application well, but I could tell from the maps how it connected all of those different recreation areas. From the cross-country skiing to the downhill skiing to the, anyway. It didn't score super high, but it of the Forest Service ones, it's not the lowest.
I'll put a revisit note on that one too, and we can move on through the other two Forest Service ones and then maybe go back and talk about all of them, talk about maybe just visit that in our low scoring conversation. Sound good?
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, Custer Gallatin National Forest Beartooth Ranger District, $75,000 for trail maintenance, non-motorized trail maintenance. This was a very low scoring application. For me anyway, it kind of fell flat. It seems like Beartooth Ranger District has put in for grants in the past, and I was working on one of their previous grants. It seemed like that one, the application was much higher quality, and this one just kind of wasn't there.
No.
Almost seems like it was kind of put in as an afterthought, recommending no funding.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay, sounds good. Custer Gallatin National Forest Bozeman Ranger District. This was one of our highest scoring applications. $48,000 for high use wilderness trailhead maintenance around Bozeman. Recommend full funding. Seemed like a good application. Talked about like partnership benefits with backcountry horse folks. Good on that one?
Yeah, I thought that was good.
That definitely was the strongest of the Forest Service ones in my book. Okay, West Yellowstone Ski Education Foundation. They were wanting, their application for was for existing trail maintenance. And they were wanting to do a little bit of trail work and then build a shooting range berm. An awful lot of the cost of what they were applying for, that 65,000, was for the shooting range berm. And relatively speaking, not that much was for the actual ski trails up there. The shooting range berm wasn't, I think it would be a stretch to call that a trail side facility. We have a shooting range grant program that seems more appropriate for that, and they can come back in a future year with the trail maintenance.
Is that a biathlon thing?
It is.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
At first I was like, what?
Parabiathlon.
We've
Thrown
funded
some good stuff in here.
We've funded trail maintenance for them before, and seems like it's been successful. And the shooting range program's funded shooting range stuff for them before, which has been successful. So.
But does that have to be open to the public or not, the shooting range stuff?
So that came up. I guess the way this one's being looked at is it is open to the public. There is a fee to get in there.
Sure.
But anybody can pay the fee and go use it. Or internally, we're having that conversation because it came up on whether something, a project could be funded that a fee was charged for.
Sure.
Okay, good on that one?
Yeah.
Okay, let's knock out these last three real quick. West Yellowstone Trail Association, again, just under $100,000. This was the Forest Service Road one that we talked about at the beginning of the day today. One of the few motorized applications, the only motorized application getting no funding. And that is mostly based on eligibility and that this could probably be funded through TSP as a snowmobile trail grooming project or through the snowmobile program.
You could also direct them towards that FLAP program, that Federal Lands Access Program grant.
There's no snowmobiling in this area.
Either one of those two roads. Okay, we must have.
So, but yeah, it can go to other grants potentially.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that one? Jason, any thoughts on it?
No.
That's okay. Do you think
But
that's?
Bob set the precedent on all roads, so. Gotta write that in there, in the guidelines when we revise them here, so.
I was waiting to punch.
Huh? I'm just poking, I'm not punching.
You saving that for later.
Grab a beer.
Yeah.
Okay, Whitefish Legacy Partners. $100,000 application for new trailhead construction. Believe some trail work. This is over right by the Flathead Mountain Bikers one. It was one of the top scoring applications. The way the funding's broken down, the $60,000 would fund construction and material costs. It's escaping me what part of it we weren't funding.
Signs, bridges, benches, a learning pavilion, picnic areas, parking lots, kiosks, trash cans. Is that the part you didn't like?
Can you be more specific?
Reading it right here.
I'm looking at that. No, that was good.
It's a little obvious. He's kind of developed a pattern here for us.
Well, there's some bridges and stuff in there, but there was, yeah, quite a bit of.
Obviously, there must be some good detail down here for you to break that out and fight that specifically though.
Area in Montana.
And this one
phenomenal.
was one of the top scoring applications. I'd had an initial note saying, consider full funding based on ranking. And I don't have the scoring in front of me, but I'm guessing it must have been top 10.
Yeah, it looks like it was number
Six.
6.
It was,
Six.
yeah.
True.
Yeah, that always been a good one.
Like a learning pavilion, we kind of excluded a lot of education stuff. So yeah, I could see why.
They're not necessarily directly or trail related.
I bet what you did is you looked under the budget narrative. It says trailhead cleaning, pumping, plowing, 30,000 a year. I bet you looked at that number.
That was part of
and
it.
said shave that.
I think they wrote a great application. I will, just remind everybody that they have an endowment. So it's a really well-funded trail system.
Yeah, they do. They have a lot of money. Yeah, for
A
sure.
lot of money.
It's great. I think it's a fabulous amenity for that community and for all of us that go up and visit that area. It's amazing, but it has a lot of money. So I think Partial, they did a great grant application. We got to give them that. So
They have a lot of money, so they hire good grant writers.
Okay, sounds good, and then
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
good on that one.
go with it.
Okay. Okay, Wild Montana, last one, $14,000 for coordinating volunteer projects. They had half a dozen or so locations across the state. Western side of the state, I should say. I don't know how much more there is to say there. It seems like they've done good work in the past. I believe they were pretty high scoring. Not asking for a whole lot of money.
What was it for?
Coordinating,
Coordinating.
it's, I think 6 volunteer projects, 5
Five.
volunteer projects.
And they're specifically listed.
Yeah, specific locations.
I say okay.
Yeah.
yeah, I like the disbursement of the projects, and also they just really use a lot of their own funding to match with it, as well as volunteers. So I think it's a win.
They've been very successful in the past too. Okay, let's sweep on our conversation about what we are and, well, how we want to split up those that we called out to revisit.
8 minutes.
I think we're good. I guess I just want to say too, thank you everybody for going through all 61 of these. It's definitely a lot. It's a lot to keep track of, and a lot to be thinking about, shuffling around in your head, so appreciate it.
And thanks for this
Thank
and
you.
guiding us through this and answering all of our newbie questions and.
Yeah.
The
good.
way you set this, way you set it up today was prima.
Nailed it.
Premium, you nailed it. Because otherwise it's like herding cats, you know, if you have no number to go with, right? In years gone by.
Well, you and I are always looking
Yeah.
ahead. What happened, you know?
For those online, if you're planning on joining tomorrow we'll be reviewing the recreational trails program grant application. Doors, for those in person, doors open at 7:30, meeting starts at 8. And I'm really hoping that will be done by noon or before, so fingers crossed.
Okay.
All right.
I
Thank
got
you,
them
everyone.
crossed. Bye.
See you, Jenny.
Jenny.
Bye.